Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. Okay. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Ebia unse ebia misuku me classmate o ma me ni omuko school no unse mo do level bi na
se ne me hu ne say once a we ye adwuma nko ade so ono na wako school no okọ a unse utimi ko bi what I say market any school no difference bi ene mo saa o wa hu bibi bana wo kwa utimi ko unse obetimi akọ bi betimi a present o hu se ne a obi a wako school kra so ye den e present no ho.
For years, authorities have looked on as Galamsey ravaged the forests, destroy water bodies, and displace several communities. But there is a sudden twist to this, as several communities, awakened by the glaring and devastating effects of Galamsey, have taken matters into their own hands. From demonstrations to personal initiatives, these communities are harnessing the collective power of the people and fighting a David and Goliath battle to protect their lands which they hold in trust for the past, present, and future generations. This story explores the inspiring journeys of communities bent on winning the fight against Galamsey. Here is Atuna, and this is their Galamsey story.
4 years, some communities in the Bono region have mounted a strong and spirited resistance against illegal mining or Galamsey. a notorious activity that has destroyed several communities, leading to the biodiversity loss, land degradation, and loss of farmland, reducing the potential for agriculture and threatening food security. This spirited community-led resistance, etched on courageous protests, demonstrations, and grassroots initiatives, continues to gain momentum as both residents and their local leaders work hand in hand to ward off galamseyers, who are seen as potential threats to the region's water bodies, farmlands, and forest cover. At the forefront of this community-led resistance is a border community called Atuna, a major cocoa, cashew, and food hub in the Jamai South municipality of the Bono region, where the chiefs and people have declared the area as a no galamsey zone, because to them, the fight against galamsey is not just an environmental issue, but a matter of economic survival for the residents, who are predominantly farmers, whose way of life will directly be threatened by illegal miners in their lure for gold. Nana Brago Kane II, the Queen Mother of Atuna, and a key figure in the community-led resistance, provides an insight into the successful revolution against galamsey. Nana Brago Kane II recounted some of the challenges they endured to ward off the galamseyers, considering the powerful people in the galamsey industry, but they persevered and won the battle. She added that the community has resolved not to allow galamsey on the lands now and in the future in the interest of the people due to the negative impact of galamsey. The Mrantini of Atuna, Nana Salifo Amini Amponkumi, who attributed the success of this resistance to the support of the youth in the community, commended them for their unwavering support. A youth in the community, Akwan George, also narrated the role the youth played in the resistance.
Galamsey for abomonai so say say omutu galamsey ewo yekrum ha na omohwe yekrum ha galamsey e gold wo ha pa na abaya mo kwan se omra metu ti nananom frɛ ye mu binom ma ye koe na ekohia nananom bi se omo se omojetum omo ka se da bi omonyentum na ye mabunu no ye da achenti yesusu ye nkasa na omo so entie ma ye ka che nananom se benhwe ye koko benhwe ye kashu beheye duane atosode normal de yenya free krom ha nko apo osonyebo ntima yeni galanse nachi na sina nchima emeka no mesemfa wuye so abra na nanano ni ho abra yesusu ya nyini nti ye kan ye no nokra nyame nim ni nananom te ase still ana ba no moba me amigina ha yi sika omode abreme amahu bi me hu bi wo me life nda but omoba sika no so omode be kirew opene so a je ompene so a ombe include say be cheche no ma bebre but in all no yante ase ma yakobodwa ama eye mineral commissions for ba ha mo be bodwa hia kuro no nyina ye ka kire mo say anya de bi say ye beti ase ne ate ase da abanso ope cashew ope cocoa ope nuane ni nyina bi wo ha nti ye be ma onu mu ma yere aso ye ni my brother me ka kire wa free ye Atuna ha yet border no free akopim sunwan the whole of this Bono region what pe kura o produce cocoa pa ya Atuna mo pa mo kwa mo search nhwe kura produce aduane cocoa cashew ayatuna na in ono ye mabunu na yesuso ye se ye ntiase na ye si agina ye no so no agina ye tuo no de e ba so kama na nanom tai yachi se biti ye kroma no kase adwumani a oboa oye kwadworo isane se ye nuanom srimfo sabi omo afri north abaha abagin sase adrofo a nei omo koko cashew ni nuane bebre ni babunu betena ha a obeka ko anaka ko babi se adwumani kroma no no ompa adwuma yo ompeku adwuma yeso ye di ye nanom saso de wan na dwen so obekọ school de nanom bada woroma ye boa ma ne ko de wa wantumi anko so de kwadwuma no kase wo hwa obeyo de de nyina ne se ye tima fight bepom sabre abane nto ayeso ye ninse babi bebre wo ho abane de Oceano, return in second norma, our wako dear Oceano, Undinziano, the air from Hadian, never on this earth, Sebi Betty Mercy, and a car say, Segalanze for Baba, ye bear Hataya who say, Kete, ye dab on him, Babana, Ascavators, Nim video would bre, better to Galansino, that just say you're down about fire, so never queen, you know, abanem fat kuno, no yet obey, say, oh yes, I was not over Buana, on yet, Galanze. Who has a man a Galanze should ye, Atuna hide ye. Me, Uncle Kujamiku, ye, Memre, Yanim Mambusia, Yanin Nanum, Yanim Nam, for any Pia Busianina, Chilmua, Atuna Dom Ranche and Mayase, Yam Bresson, Nembresso China, Dia fight weapons have been Galanze, dear, and Mazuzan Sekua, Cashua, and we know Biawa, the ye pen from my home near Penesa, usually ye Penesa, the Abanazo, or Messoyas no more, not the ye penno. On my Numa, na yemu binuma, Sebi by a bagin say, Bedia, Sebi, cook a galamse and a babano, now what my heading, but as Sabajana Funo, Yadamas, Yamishiram.
On his part, the chief of Atuna, Nana Apia Kubi Abebiu II, appealed to the government to give the people of Atuna the fair share of the national cake, considering the feat they have been able to achieve in the Galamsey fight. The assembly member for the Atuna electoral area, Yeboah Lawrence, alleged that several attempts were made to compromise him, but he rejected those offers in the interests of the community.
During the fight, it's not easy for us. You see, as a we fight against those who have the amenities or the ammunitions. It's not easy. In your soldiers, in your one do bunum, opinion leaders. Yeah, so easy mind. But the boys in organization, we organize ourselves very well. That's the important thing for every community. We organize ourselves. So organization, we give them the profit or the effective profit in it is saying, but effect huge. You are planning as a youth, you are toward doors. We need committee, municipal assembly, many MC, across several tasks. See who's adding now because of semi assemblymen, no access to security. And district police commander, there's no money in Akasa. And any hint better than you call them, no more. But may advise Ghana for say. A Becca side be an abetrayal. Oh, Winyeska, but Maminka Cemetery. The Ewoma and ye panese community no, Nkofo baby beba, or more free baby or more on young for papa, because we young Nkofo baby on Bepisca. 2. Community no, Yare beba, and as Sikana ye cano, that illegal mining no, a blood, Obini ma me can't many be a interview, a blood, and a idea. Intia baby, yes, I didn't war kunkum, and a mercury na ye, you know, and also so, and yet, and ma,
He indicated that they have instituted community-based measures to protect their lands and urged other communities to emulate the people of Atuna if they want to defeat Galamsey.
Inti task force, many committee, many youth leader, many district assembly, and as a municipal assembly, including district commander. Inti they may catch a TF4 voting and say, a best ramping for. Sadin edi Ghana a sensu and sua, Ghana ye ni future. Inti ye plan ya fase yati committee no, but be a cost to be a Monte committee, you bit me si sadin no quine. And this I soldier for no bar or more penny for a territory. You can't hubuma organization and I say creation a bit me a my fatty for Galamsey. Anti say omoba near my ebe casa be yamano a door so send the old inti say 1 minute one me say omo friend almost your man proud on better than what Trasa Kwama. Anti me name busa almost say anti sa dining is you know you better my community member be now going forward in Chiriman so you better sad na mom anti omo breaki omo abame 2 times anti your forces etoda ubenya nkrofo mbetan but e so hwe nipa na oni omote no na hwe da chinchirima no ene na ebetimi dia fight na enye easy because it will be ko ba bia usuro and wo se ba bi wo ha wo nante anajo go unim de wo nipa ne tim o kan ya wante no ti no enye easy be say omo ba bi fie be ba mi sika yiska to ka chem se me pe omo sika because community no ye pe de ebedi de bia ye pe de ebedi ne enti no idea enna form.
Some farmers share their views on the importance of the anti-Galamsey stance being championed by the community.
Yeah, me ma dum be dupita de. Ye ma hu. Ene de me sam aka asi so so Galamsey yam pese bi be kuru mu ane say. So ye TV so, ye he be bebre a Galamsey asase nsuo. Nti ha de ye nti ase ma bi ma ha. Ha so ye kokoo bebre e wo ha. Nti ye be ye kokoo ho ban Galamsey sika no kora mo de ma wa. Wo be di ne sese ya ba kokoo so de. Ye be nya so mfaso, mana no so be nya so mfaso. Nti ya tu na de ye nti ase ma Galamsey e say ya ase ne yensuo no.
The other is here to say, Galamsey scan, a ripassi ya, went to me maybe. Na kokoo so de afipia we be at e de ahwe wo school. They won produce so de bia bobla. And NTSC.
The NTSC say gina no ye to kwan kakra ye ta akoko regions bi se de me ka no me fa ya asante region ya meka ko me ma me nche wo Jakubu ye amanse central ye kwa kwan ye fasu se ba sensase e na ho youth no be si in fact ba bubu ye me de meka se ba bubu adam aha sanam de ni hu no be si aye no ye mpese ye kurim ha mobu no so be ye sa e na ye benefit ye nya firi Kukunuma. In fact, the whole year, bit my bass, Kukun being free, Biano Sokra, 10 beer over here, Sika, every Biano Hono. You are Okwa, it's a regular Magalancy for to see the sense as na a Casa 1 day shoe, Yaji Sicana, a Fimina, a Bediscano. Then Casa, the Edbayan Livia, you bring a full beer fever, beer dim. Aha, they say, I think I was not the Michikramaya from Mabu. Biana esan wo kuku na ase aha ba yire tu ba yire ba kuma na ka kiro se ba yire wi efi akofi ma obeka se nyese wa odi wani ehu anka obeka se nyane kure nti mi se Galamsey na de good no amanfo se disika ba de na me de me am gira ha de me share that because never panum be penso bia no never panum be kuku na share be this answer no bi se ba ba be kuku no faso a me so se be se o he de dam machi ya more than keka ko me fan se bag anasa ti bag 3000 se me ko je 3000 na say even 2000 kwa na inso e bit na abo ma me de ayo nema be bi nti Galamsey bi me ka se mfaso bi wo so a me de mesiri pako se hu bi ni so se Galamsey.
The people have risen and spoken in clear language, and gradually the tide is turning. Ghana's Galamsey epidemic will not be conquered overnight, but the seeds of change have been sown in Atuna and several other communities in the Atuna region. These communities are standing tall and have demonstrated that the power to shape their communities lies in their hands. Yes, that is people's power. This is the new narrative, which will be etched in our collective memory forever. From Atuna, in the Jamansa municipality of the Borno region, I am Abajado Frank, GhanaWeb.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Auntie, Pacho ete sen.
Pacho you.
Pacho mami hu din.
Your friend me Mavis Asante.
Na Pacho we juma we sha say how many years ni?
Me sha say almost 6 years ni.
6 years. Auntie, want to introduce you to Ejume?
Me mama. Na mama na o de nyema fi kwan so ba. Auntie na me ba na nchen wa ha ba sisi ano. Ajena home kakra nti me na meye.
No, attorney for 6 years. Okay. Nti me sha wa brabo mu kakra unsen pempi ye wo abofra nye ya. Unye nyina osi o mi ko school esansen pese bia me ye doctor, pese me ye lawyer, pese me ye seni se unye na den da we ni so se wo be da achi.
Oh, me nyi ni de na nka mpese me ko school na eja mbe ye aban adwuma ana say na me mpese meton ade but abanesa
aban adwuma nti say ebin
oh say school na me depend school na me ko no say metime ko ya anka ebia meye ebia secretary ana nursing ana say bibi what you say
such as school went to me and Kobe cry
oh me we SS mo but na me nya boafo bia ma wanto ameso
ko do SS na vocational school na wo for we
oh ma wo for wo ho me ma me wo papa wo ho but na nyeme mu eye den kakra
mo do so ana
oh yeah no so sa but obey anything
unyi wo nkra he ya
da bi menyi wo su hu
at what point na o sha say ono ma me ba beton ade wo nkra ha
oh me dey kind back ra na me ko Togo ko fanye ma banti nyema ba down ne ade na me start say me ben me ma me wa ha say na me na aye market
so udi kan ka say wo na won pese obeton ade nti
nye no na wo meni so
nti reality no say sisi ade wo ni choice bia we na wo say ye no de ni sen
oh me okay ma je atumo brego because I manya emwa
abe uso o sha say 6 years ni nti den na betumi aka say oh me Mavis me share adwuma we asi metumi aye say ni e de afrim
oh me share adwuma na si ansa na me ware nyame adom bibia ye fine ma me okay
unya say unya nsi wo dan ni na unya
oh e guso
asetan de bibia nso eyeboko
I say the mind ni mu aye tin nya easy hey emu aye din o enso nyame wo ho nyame beye ye bompa ya I hope say nyame beye bibia
wa be wo say olonka ba ko ye 20 cities in a day oba ahena utumi eton
oh eto de bia market ne de eto de bia ye eto de bia ene say ne market nya kura market yes market ya mitimi ton be 5 bags but ene 3 pen na maton
5 bags na yesen
say 1 bag na price says first na the my 300 say 35 mitimi ton say no me fa wo me be fa e wo omonchen na maton ti me wi na me diska no eko what you say nti de beba so na beye media
nti wedro pepe so bi wa brabo ma ohun say when nu ho say nyana nka pese o ye no wentumi anye
oye me no me ho wa brabo mu kra not we ya makase me no me ho no
ebia unse ebia misuku me classmate o mo ameni o mo ko school no unse mo do level bi na
say ne me hu ni say once we ye adwuma nko ade so ono na wako school no okwa unse utimi ko bi what you say market any school no difference bi ene musa o kwa ho bibi bana wo kwa utimi ko unse obetimi akobi obetimi a present o ho sene a obi a wako school kra so ye den e present no ho no nti me no me ho debi pressure bi ene baby a because obi wo kra wo ho a wako school so they do baby a ne ote market no otime eye ne ho we chen obi a wako school pen nti me no me ho kra
the market ne ekoye mo ya o seriously
oh eno ni adwuma me se meye nti se ne etie bia se yo se nyo e wo se me ma manage e wo ho
nti obi show video na o se mama Mavis asemwe akama comment bi o mo be person de mawa e de na obeka se obe person nipa na be boa e wo
ma miskan fanya adwuma
so adwuma ho se sika na bada danti
da bi se adwuma we nyema ne ye be fa o ye ntua wo ton wi a ansa na wo de ne ra sika ye den akoma no but wo kita capital na de ya wo kwa na wo de ya fa na wa beton
Uji feel otonwia. No. Into dana went to me Antoni nyina no bedding.
Cha na wa beto aso. Na wa beton.
Period omudiama so beton na this.
And na me fa ye sansan. Ochira metimi abeto aso na me de ne rest ka mam. Te de bi na ye me kan so na wa ma o time na o de etua. And you obi adeka.
Maybe say that is so ni enkasa.
Because ye de nya unya bibia easy sir. What you say? As time goes on, I will tell you the be about boka, but I was say within the rest ka ye day. E man no na kasa. One na beka say be na nyema nko yi ama mentin. Ma me bre me de betua na ma me nyema no na me ton fantua ma o kakra. What you say na ye de te ha. Obi eni wo kres ka say me de di dwaye na ye befa o ton wi na wetua ne raka. Sa na ti.
Maybe say that is so ni enkasa.
So madam asepa.
So nya me shira so de ma say e daddy bebe ha bia no mbo na bibia nya fa.
So me shira nya me shira mama onya mo kese. Na muntimi nya adwuma no.
So you heard it all from Mama Mavis. She's also inside the Agbegbuloshi market. In case you want to make yourself some hot palm nut soup, don't hesitate to reach out to her. My name is Victoria Chebafo and this is Everyday People. See you on the next episode.
On Tuesday, September 17, 2024, students of the Christian Methodist School in Accra attacked one of their teachers. What was the crime of their teacher? He prevented them from copying during the West African certificate examination. We have the teacher here to narrate the ordeal he went through to us. It's in the person of Mr. Walter Yesuto. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, it was a very difficult experience for you, but we'd like you to go through what you went through with us.
Okay. So, like you said, it's very difficult, but I'll try my possible best. Yeah. So on Monday, which was 16th. So on 16th Monday, the visual arts students wrote their last paper, which was integrated science. That was a core subject. So after
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
On Tuesday, September 17, 2024, students of the Christian Methodist School in Accra attacked one of their teachers. What was the crime of their teacher? He prevented them from copying during the West African certificate examination. We have the teacher here to narrate the ordeal he went through to us. It's in the person of Mr. Walter Yesuto. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, it was a very difficult experience for you, but we'd like you to go through what you went through with us.
Okay. So, like you said, it's very difficult, but I'll try my possible best. Yeah. So on Monday, which was 16th. So on 16th, Monday, the visual arts students wrote their last paper, which was integrated science. That was a core subject. So after they were done with the paper, they went to lay ambush outside the school, waiting for us to come so that they will attack us. So one of the students, who was a girl, heard about it, and she came back to the school to come and tell us that, there are a number of students outside, they want to attack you. So we asked them, why? Why would they want to attack? And they said, sir, you didn't allow them to cheat in the WASI. That is your crime. And I said, really? So I thought she was joking. But my colleague alerted me that, Charlie, the students can do that. So I'm in the Department of Physical Education, and I was with my head of department. So we have a rapport with the area guys because they come and use our pitch to play football in the evenings. And there are days that they buy balls for us as a department because they've been using our pitch, you know. So we talk and we have the rapport with them. So they came and asked us why the students are outside like that. Because under normal circumstances, everybody is done and they should go to their houses. Why are they there? And we said, oh, this is what we have heard. So those boys said, okay, so we can't leave you to go like that. We will help you. But what can you also do? I said, okay, so we can call the headmaster to call the police, Ghana police. At least they should be around. So assistant headmaster was called, and then he also called the police command. So immediately they responded and they came. Patrol team came. I think they were not less than 5, I can recall. Yes, so when they came, the students were there. They were breaking the louver blades and causing mayhem in the school, but they were not closer to where we were. So the moment the police came, they started running, helter-skelter. So the police drove them out of the school. So at that particular time, the area boys also told us that, okay, so let's move. So they were escorting us. So they were around us and we were in the middle. So they escorted us little by little until we got to the junction where we could pick our car. Can you imagine that one of the boys actually tracked us right from the gate of the school till we picked a car to go home? He was tracking us. Yes. So we went home and then we thought that was their last paper, so they are not coming around again. And so the next day was the 17th, which was Tuesday. Other students were supposed to write economics. So we came, I was invigilating again. So we came and then we invigilated. Then after invigilation, we realized that there are students who didn't write economics, but they are in school uniform. So it means that the visual arts students came back in school uniform. Yes. Even though they didn't write paper, they came back to come and lay the ambush again. So like it happened on Monday, the area guys came out with us again. Now this is what happened. When they came out, we were moving. This time around, the moment the patrol team or the police were at the demonstration, you know, that was the day NDC protested for the this thing, the voter register. Yes. So the boys surrounded us, the area guys surrounded us, and then they were escorting us. So while they were escorting us, these students this time around threw water sachet at them. So they came back. They were furious. They ran back and then they were chasing the students. They want to catch them. And I was telling them that, oh, this is just water. It's not anything serious. You leave them and let's go. So they left them and then they returned. Just in about 2 minutes, they started throwing stones at them. This time around, I told them they should leave them. They didn't mind. They went back looking for anybody in school uniform around that time to beat, because as at that particular time, we had closed the exams and everybody is supposed to be at home by then. So they
so it was the area boys who were running after the students.
Yes, after the students threw stones at us. So they went back. So whilst they were running after the students, I told my HOD and the other teacher that, oh, now the focus is not on us. So let's hurry up and leave the place. They said, okay. What you are saying is true. So we hurried up. And then halfway the journey, we saw that there was another ambush waiting for us. And we couldn't go back because the other squad were also using the other path. So that is where we stood. And then passerbyers decided to talk to the students. Oh, why do you want to? And they were bold. They were bold, telling them that they didn't allow us to cheat. He is too strict in the WASI. That is when we realized that they were not targeting anybody apart from me, because the teachers they went closer to the students and they were stopping them and they were talking to them. Do you get it? Yeah. So in the attempt to leave where they were, I saw that the boys, the area boys, the boys they pursued, they all came around, and they were about 30. Yes, about 30. If you watch the video, we have about 13 seconds video. If you watch the video, they were about 30. So they outnumbered the other four teachers excluding me, and they hit me with the fist, one with the elbow, and then others with stones, you know. So there was a man, so I can even show you the wound. There was a man who was eating in his shop. So when he saw what was going on, he saw that, oh, the students were more than the teachers. He left his food. I think he was eating cake. He left the food, and then he came. So he's the one who came to cover me. And said that I should come. Can you see that I was eating, but I came for you? Come. So he shielded me and sent me to his shop, in front of the shop. And he told me that I should sit down. So the shop has glasses. So I was telling him that they will throw stone at your glass. And he said I shouldn't worry, I should just sit down. They can't. Stone came. But it didn't get to where I was sitting. I mean the glass. I was sitting closer to the glass. I didn't get there. So that was when the other teachers and the man, he has some colleagues. They also came around, and then they did human fence in front of me, and I was sitting down on a plastic chair. The thing was paining me very well because there are places that the stones hit, even though it didn't create an external wound. Within, I could feel the pains. So I sat for more than 45 minutes. Okay. And then he saw that the students were gone. I think when we were sitting there, we saw that one policeman passed by. So that time, I had the opportunity to call headmaster. And I told headmaster that this is what is happening right now. So please, I beg you, if you can call the commander so that he will send some rescue team to come and rescue me, because I am finding it difficult to actually move. He said, okay. So in about 10 minutes time, he called back and told me that commander is not picking the call, but he was able to get a patrol team leader. The patrol team leader said where they are is not anywhere closer to Christian Methodists. So I should find a car, maybe a taxi, and use another route and then go back home. I said, okay, I hear. So I called Assistant Headmaster Academics too, and I told him that he should help me. He should also call police if he knows some. So he also called, but he didn't get to them.
So all this time the students were still waiting?
The students were around. You can see them loitering around because the men were standing in front of me and they were shielding me. They were not able to come closer. So after Assistant Headmaster also called and said that he couldn't get them, I think the students left. So when they left, the man told us that now that they have left, we should come. So the man and his friends shielded us again. They sent us to the roadside, waited for a car, and then we entered the car. Now when we entered the car, the man did very well. Unfortunately, I was in great pain, so I couldn't ask for his name. But when I see him, I can identify him.
Okay.
So he made the driver stop. He looked into through the window to check those in the car before he told the driver to start moving. Yeah. So that's what he did, and then the car started moving. So when I got to my junction, I didn't alight at the normal place. Yes. So I went to another place. I alighted, and then I used another route to the house. That was what happened on Tuesday, 17 September 2024. So when I go to my coordinator master, and he asked if I'm home. I said, yes, I'm home. I said, okay, so I have to report at the police. And I told him that what is happening to me right now, I'm not sure I can go to the police station. And then I am afraid I can't go out. I can't go out right now. And he said, okay, but I have to report. So tomorrow, God willing, I should do that. So I went to the police station the next day, which was, I think, Wednesday, and reported the issue to the police. And then they gave me a medical form. And then they took my statement. So I wrote the names of the boys. Those I could remember as at that time. There were a lot of them in the video or during the time the issue was happening. I know their faces, but their names I wasn't able to remember at once. So I wrote those I could remember, and then I gave the statement, and I went to the hospital.
Okay. Did you share the video with the police?
Yes, I did. I shared the video with the police. I shared it with my headmaster. So headmaster asked where I got the video from. And I told him that what happened was that when I got home, another student who completed the previous day, she used to buy food for us. So we'll call her, we'll send her, she'll buy food. So she used to come to our office. So she saw the video. And so she called and said, sir, where are you? Are you okay? And I said, why? He said, I've seen you in a video. And the way they were throwing the stones at you, I don't think you are okay. That's why I'm asking. And I said, well, it actually happened, but I am safe now. And he said, oh, I'm very sorry. And I said, where is the video? He said, oh, I can record it from somebody's statement. I said she should do it and send it to me. So she recorded the video and sent it to me. Okay. And then I forwarded it to the headmaster.
So you mentioned having some injuries. The
yes.
doctors checked?
Yeah, the doctors checked. I went, the surgical officer checked, and I was given medication. And then she wrote a report, and then I sent it back to the police station.
Okay. With this, we go for a short break. We'll be back on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. So, Mr. Water, yes, we ended at you sending a report to the police. Yes. Has any of the culprits been arrested by the police?
Yes, please. They've arrested 2 of them. Okay. 2 of them, whose names and pictures were sent to the police CID. Yes. So I was, the day I sent the report to the police CID, that was the day the senior housemaster was still in school. So the senior housemaster too is a PE teacher. You get it? So he was at post, and then he called that, oh, they've arrested. He said, so first of all, he said he has seen one of the boys around, so he will let them arrest the boy so that he will come for him. Okay. Before that, the inspector told me that there is a boy inside. He doesn't know whether he is part or he's not part. So he will take me to the boy. I will go and look at his face and I will confirm whether he is part or he's not part. Then I said, okay. He said, that is what I'm supposed to do. I shouldn't go and fight. I said, okay, I hear. So we went there, and the moment I saw him, I recognized him. He was part of them. And he threw a stone at me. Yes, that boy actually threw a stone at me. So I told that's my right number. So I told the inspector that this boy is one of them. He threw a stone at me. And I don't know if I can mention his name, but I think let me hold on with the name. So we went back, and then senior housemaster called. Then he mentioned the boy he has seen. That was the boy was the first person to assault me. Wow. So he used his elbow to hit my jaw.
Wow.
Because he was asking that, why is it that I won't come and beat them? And then I have called people to come and guide me, and those people are beating them. Why is it that I will not come and beat them? So while he was talking, I didn't say anything. I was just standing there watching him because my other colleagues were calming the rest down. And then by the time I realized, he used his elbow to hit my jaw. That particular boy is a boy who has threatened me before. He has told me that he's going to beat me. That was when he slapped a teacher. And then he scaled the wall. When they decided to catch him, he scaled the wall and left. So later on, headmaster came and pleaded with the teacher that, oh, we should do it professionally. So the boy came back, he was given suspension, and then he came with his father. So I went to the headmistress's office, assistant headmistress administration's office. The father was sitting there with the boy, and I told the father that this your son told me that he will beat me. Look at me. Your son said he will beat me. When something happens to me, your son will be held responsible.
Was it before the incident?
Yes, this was before the incident. So the father told me that he begs. He's just a small boy and a foolish boy. He cannot do anything. I told him that you should talk to your son. This boy, the boys, what they say, they can actually do it. That's why they say it. So I left there. So can you imagine somebody who threatened that he's going to beat me?
Yes.
And then when the opportunity came, he was the first person to elbow me. And I was just looking at these boys. In fact, I actually asked one of the boys, so are you sure that when you meet me one-on-one and nobody is around, you can beat me? So I asked him. That boy said they should leave you so that he slaps me. I was looking at him. I taught him Form 1, Form 2. And I was just looking at him.
Yeah, it must be really painful that
I was in pain, not because of the stones, but it was paining me that children I have sacrificed my life to teach. They are the people who stood against me.
So have they started any criminal proceedings? Have you gone to court?
Not yet. We've not gone to court. But during the weekend, one of the boys who have been arrested, the father, somebody called. I don't know whether it's the father. He called, and I didn't know. So I picked, and he said he wants to see me. He wants to see me at the police station. And I told him I'm not in town. I'm not around. You can't see me. He said, when will I come? I said, I don't know. When I come, maybe you will see me, but I can't tell you because for security reasons, I am not even at where I live.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they are still in the police custody?
The two
who are arrested?
For my information, the two should be there because the police has not told me anything concerning the fact that they want to release them or they have released them.
Okay.
Because I saw them in there. So what I know is that they should be there.
Okay. And the dad called you to come to the police station?
Yes.
So they should be, I think they should be there?
Exactly. Yes. So that is that.
So the prosecutors, they haven't told you anything?
Yes, I've not been told anything. I've not been called yet.
Okay.
So I am waiting for their call. I'm waiting for them. They know the law. So whatever the law says, the law should have its course. I don't have anything to say. Even if the father calls me right now, I don't have anything to say. The law should have its course.
Okay.
Yes.
So this, like you indicated, is very difficult on you. Has it had any psychological effect on you?
Oh yes. I've not been able to have enough rest. So sometimes I sleep and I hear noise in the sleep. And I'm not able to sleep for long. I sleep
Since the
and
incident?
Yes. So 1 hour I have to open my eyes. Sometimes I open my eyes and as if there are some of the boys around. So I'm trying to protect myself. So sometimes I see my wife, she will get up and then she will use the hand to check if I'm okay. And most of the time when she's doing that, my eyes are closed, but I'm not asleep. So I see her. So you can see what is happening in the house. She also doesn't sleep because of that. You know, when she saw the video, she was crying. I was also sobbing, but for her not to continue crying, I had to hide mine. Can you imagine? So psychologically, yes, I am facing a lot, and I'm going to go through therapy. I'm supposed to see my therapist today, but like I said, I wasn't in town. So I will talk to him later.
So aside seeking psychological help, your wounds, are they mending? Are you getting okay? The physical wound you sustained?
The physical...
Did the doctors give you any medication?
Yes, they gave me medications and I'm taking them. I took one this morning, and then there is a gel I'm supposed to use to dress the wound. So I am doing that as well. So when I cough or I sneeze, I hear pains at the places where the stone hit. Yes, so those places I feel the pains, but I think by the grace of God, it is not severe as compared to Tuesday. Yes. Yeah.
So what about the school? Have they taken any measures to help you, support you since the incident?
Yes. So when I went to the hospital, the headmaster called me, and then he asked how things were going, and I told him that, well, I didn't plan for this. So I don't have enough money to do all the medical things. So immediately he told me that, okay, so that's why he called. I should let him know so that my Momo line, so that he will send something. So headmaster sent 250 cedis to help me augment whatever I had so that I can go on with the proceedings. So as we were ongoing, I realized that assistant headmistress domestic also called. So when she called, she told me that she was also calling to ask if I've been able to do the necessary things with the money on me. She knows that it is impromptu, so I should let her know when I am short of cash so that she can also help. So the next day, I went to the hospital again. So I told her, I called her and I informed her. Then she also sent 200 cedis. So that is what the school did so far. And headmaster told me that he has also written a formal letter to regional director
of the Ghana Education Service.
Yes, of Ghana Education Service concerning whatever that has happened. And he has mentioned some of the students. He wasn't there, so those that I mentioned, he mentioned some of them in his report to the director.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of security-wise, can you go to the school now? Are they putting measures in place to lead you to the school?
I don't really know if they are putting measures in place, but when I went to the police station, commander said that they will be going. That was the Friday when they captured the boys. That was the last paper for the day, and even Tuesday that wasn't the last paper. You see what happened? So they actually went there. The patrol team went there. That is all that I can say. I've not been there again. I don't know what security measures that have been placed, that have been put in place so far. I'm not sure I am able to go there anytime soon. Okay. I'm not seeing myself going there right now. Yes, because I am afraid. I think about my family a lot. So if somebody, one of my friends called me and was like, so what will your family do if something bad had happened? And I said, I don't know. I don't know. But so for now, I've not thought of going there. Yes, so I told Headmaster I'm not in town. He's around. He's aware that I'm not around.
Okay. Yes. So generally speaking, you see that we've seen this trend of violence in our secondary schools. Yes. Even before your incident, we saw a student being stabbed at Orally Senior High School. Does it tell on the kind of education we are giving our students now?
Okay, so with that, the issue...
Because it seems the students are becoming violent.
Yes.
We record pockets of violence, especially during examination. And this is not the first time a teacher has been attacked.
Exactly.
A teacher was attacked, I think, last year's Wasi. And
I think Bright Senior High School.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is this something we are not teaching our students?
It's not about the teaching. Okay. It is about the fact that you can't touch a student any longer. Whether to punish him or her for doing the wrong thing. You can't beat them. I see a lot of people saying that caning is not the only way of correcting a bad behavior. I agree. Yes. But this is the case where when you give the student a portion of work to do because he has misbehaved, he won't do it, and you can't do anything about it. Okay. Do you get it? You can't punish him. You can't do anything about it. They will come and sit around. You just can't touch them. Yes. So I think because of that is why they are still doing this.
Okay. So the lack of correction is why there's more immorality.
I believe so. Because when we were in school, it wasn't like that. Okay. When you don't come to school, you are even trying to hide from your teacher. How much more coming to stand in front of your teacher?
And say you
beat him.
And even beating him.
Yes.
Wow.
And you actually walked the talk at long last. You get it? Yes. So this is what is happening.
Okay. So do you have any advice for students and teachers how
I think
this thing can be resolved?
Let me go with the teachers first. They are my colleagues. They have to be careful. Very, very careful. They have to be very careful with their students. It doesn't matter whether the student is in Form 1, Form 2, or Form 3. Any student at all can be dangerous. Because I saw Form 2 students during the attack. And I saw a past student in school uniform who joined them. I invigilated him last year. But he was in school uniform, dressed like a caring student.
Just to attack?
Yes, just to attack me. Can you imagine? So they should be careful. They should protect themselves wherever they get to. I don't know the kind of protection they will go for, but they should be very, very careful whilst they go back to their school, wherever they are. Because it's not only in Christian Methodist Senior High School. Yes, a lot of them happening in Bright Senior High School or Raleigh, you know. And the students, I want them to understand that we don't hate them. I don't know why they think we hate them. You can't say I hate you because I didn't allow you to cheat. You are not supposed to cheat in the exam room. You are supposed to learn, come and sit down and write whatever that you have learned. And when you don't have anything to write again, and the time is not due. You put your head on the table and you sleep. When it is time, we will call you and tell you that it is time. Bring your paper, and then you get out.
Okay, but just to add something.
Yeah.
So don't you think some teachers are allowing students to copy because they are afraid to attack them?
I think some people are allowing students to copy because they are afraid the students will attack them. I also heard that
a headmaster came out to say they were allowing students to copy because they were being paid or something.
I've not said that.
Yes.
But it's possible. So a teacher will decide to I met a lot of people from Tuesday to today. I've met a lot of people, medical personnel, security personnel, who were asking me, why didn't you allow them to cheat so that you'll be free? And I said, well, I am a Christian and my biblical principle doesn't allow me to do that. So at least there should be somebody who will be different from the lot. Yes, that is it. So it is, I actually did that because I am a Christian. I'm a Christian. I go to Great Commission Church International. Do you get it? Yes. And my church, you don't cheat in exams. We teach it. And I like to practice what they teach. WAEC officials called. And they said that, hello, Mr. Walter, we are proud of you. We learned about the ordeal. We are very sorry. We heard that you are a pastor. I said, I'm not a pastor. I am a Christian. I am a church member. But we have to live the scriptures we read every day. You don't have to be a pastor to do the right thing. You just have to be a Christian to do the right thing. And that is it. Well, to add to that, WAEC officials called me. So they have called and they have also asked for my report. I have also given them reports, including the names and pictures and index numbers of those students that I can remember. I think about nine of them. Later on, we went to do further investigation. So the video was zoomed and then screenshots was taken by my colleagues, teachers, and then they helped to fish out those people that I couldn't recollect because of the situation as at the time. Yeah. So.
Okay, so with this, we end this edition of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We pray that Mr. Walter will get justice, and we also pray that there will be some sanity in our schools because the violence in our secondary schools are becoming too much. In the past few years, we've seen students being stabbed, at least 6 students being stabbed, and students beating teachers. We pray that our educational authorities will put measures in place to curb this menace.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifair Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Osha situation and we see and I'm mebunu de ebufuye because yet we perform man aside e bom the bus and obi mu wuye oh nipa mienu ewuye this side na akwala baako oye ni mami the TV asman so nkoye e bom na at once e buba ne be ekohwe ni trim me pa ne tima ne akwala ne wu at once na the bus ano e hye mebunu abufuo na mo de to a Chinese for no wa amuna ne mu because no mo amuna ne mu ohu nti maburu to am esiye no nti maburu ne to am wo amuna ne mu because mo be bibi say ma ye timemufo ne ye aware say side we na ebe cause be ma obi amane.
The dynamite blast explosion on Monday, October 14, 2024, inside Budumburam, an area in Kaswa, has left many dead and others injured. We are currently on site at the scene where the incident happened to speak to eyewitnesses as well as victims and to get and speak to authorities on the issue. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mandy Achiman.
Osha situation and we see and I'm mebunu de ebufuye because yet we perform man aside e bom the bus and obi mu wuye oh nipa mienu ewuye this side na akwala baako oye ni mami the TV asman so nkoye e bom na at once e buba ne be ekohwe ni trim me pa ne tima ne akwala ne wu at once na the bus ano e hye mebunu abufuo na mo de to a Chinese for no wa amuna ne mu because no mo amuna ne mu ohu nti maburu to am esiye no nti maburu ne to am wo amuna ne mu because mo be bibi say ma ye timemufo ne ye aware say side we na ebe because be ma obi amane mo sori ya na mo ye je na ba sa ma maburu di ebufu e de call amuna ne mu koye de ense omo ye
Nti omo chi omo sa no ehe no mo de wo mo koye
omo ne omo kwa ahemfie I honna impendifo decide say side yan fa omo nkoma ere police na mama police for ere ebe fa omo call police omo po be sia no ade chie de yenya menya information say omo agya omo anasa omo da ho awo police for ni nsem ti de minim fa de sie no no on say ebufo bad ya de say timemufo ne be no meye e de omo sa be keka omo kakra
e bi pride Chinese for no
oh be impra ba body omo bo omo but pride me hu say obi pride ha na ma on say the way situation e ma mebu no bufu ye pa endra since almost started say mo pa ebo wa hey anytime be my information say side e be koso mo pa ebo kwan so ntiere yanko yachi but endra situation no ye nya any information for any nadmo for nte basa no yetete wa na yete say ebo ye den a blast na start say den ye true maker but say can nadmo for no my information ebetime hu se ɔmo bɛyɛ saa de wei nti no ɛdɛn yɛn kɔ yɛkyi na biribo na ɛdɛn ɛnto yɛn yɛnyɛ ne information bia wɔn saa nadbofo yi hɔ tɛ ha yɛn paa ɛsɛ yɛn nneɛma bebree ama yɛdɛn yɛnya obiara mbɔ na mana sɛ sei na ɛdɛn ɛkɔ so yɛ fie nti ɛdɛn ɛna entra ama na aba saa no na even self ɔmo start sɛ ɔmo yɛ kwan no ɔmo asɛ yɛn nneɛma bebree ɔmo sɛ yɛ no ɔmo ba sika kakra bi na ɔmo de abla sɛ nkyɛn dan na etuetue no na ɔmo ama o baby say nkyɛn dan 3 na ɛbɛsɛ a na ɔmo ama nkyɛn dan no price na ɔmo de tɔn no ɛsɛ nka wo fa carpenter ni na ɔyɛ dɛn ɔbɛyɛ roofing no because ɔmo yɛ ne saa sɛ nkyɛn dan mmiɛnsa na ɛbɛsɛ a ɔmo ba na ɔmo ama ɔdɛn 3 million nkyɛn dan ne price na ɔmo de tɔn wɔ market no na ɔmo de ama wo but nkan sɛ ɛba saa nkyɛn no so ɛdɛn ɛha yɛ paa because yɛ dan ɛwɔ akyerɛ sɛ mɛma still me videos kwa on my phone so I met me the akyerɛw ɔho ni na kan sɛ ɛdɛn ɛba saa ba ko ɛsɛ no ɔmo ka sɛ ɔmo ba ɔmo ba abiem besi ɛndɛ still ɔmo fa scan mbran yɛn ti ɔmo nka so yɛ more than 3 months ni ɛsɛ nka ɛdɛn ɔmo brain sika na yɛde yɛ but still yɛn ti ɔmo nka apart from endra ya a blast ya endra mi hu na before mienu ɔmo ba ha ɔmo ka sɛ ɔmo kwa na ɔmo ya well for saa blasting we nke ndo anye easy kula wa ha ndo anye easy kula ha ya pa.
We are still on the quest to find answers regarding the blast that happened yesterday, which has claimed several lives and left many injured. We are currently inside Budumburam, and I'm here with a relative of one of the deceased persons who unfortunately lost her life when the blast happened, and we will be speaking with her to find out answers and also to speak to her on what the way forward is. This is Say It Loud.
You were quite yet on a day, and a panamuna until 2:30. And we are yet is a sasia was to say, Boom! Na fear boat to ferry. A boat to ferry my boy year cassia. Tell me, beside my sister, and say, Ama, I day, I'm all blasting on one announcement to be a big Johnny Aquata baby. Anna was it that be master me ni more? And see that time no be a Johnny. I want my sister and so could and a banner. No, yes, so one also Johnny Aquata baby. I'm one more and a bonus siano. Ne born quincy will bushy and an banner 12 from no dance. And see, I want to me peja no free form. I'm a faculty secretary. Now me TM Saman from Buami or na Mrs. Aniwu. Among Buami. To like your cut that private bin of a packing motor in the sea. And of far no more than a call hospital. I'm going to hospital one survival bill. Now, your anti announcement be ya. I'm not Brassia. My announcement, mo bia quite straight. Ben Nandra, dear young Tibi.
Now, if I show market of motor on
it's on board, dear Yadwa, Contum, tomatoes. Now, Mrs. Tanner saw the water on Samina. And ya could do the garlic and then.
I akwanhyia see no mpanyinifo bi etimi abane mu abetwetwe nkomo
police for no be take pictures ni moja na egu ho no en no be twa pictures na ti anape no ohene na ewo ha no obode wuro se wo bia mehie mu oda background ho na omo ho aka omo bibia sei omo nipa ewuwo no omo ho kwanya omo de be fa so so omo wi omo so bia mbrefie na nadbofo no be ba around. No more be take pictures near there.
Now, what can no dress or fanny bano? The bano ne hoka baby Anna.
Akolani dear was a wound what down so. To me, me pejano. That's one chance I may fa Colani church and Tiamia de Macolani dear. There be a anchor, the Mujan in a year and a third year. 2 years.
I chose to see an ebusiano then I'm really a fan. Say more, she said. mobile stress aban be bibi afa ho anase
anapa de ye kwahie mo ho no mo say omo beba obi ambra fie omo abeba around na omo bibi ewu omo epra ne de nyame ya adom chena anapa 9 o'clock obi ambra the background ho bio eno pe no mo ka kire
na ne na mo so a akwansha ne si ametre construction for no so mpanyini fo bi etimi etu bata abaha ne mo
kente bibia.
So our mother here is bereaved. Her relative was one of the victims of yesterday's incident. And to summarize everything that she says they sell food items at the market just closer to where the incident happened. And during the blast, they were trying to find a place to hide, to seek shelter. But unfortunately, one of the stones hit her relative, who at the spot lost her life. But she managed to save her 2-year-old daughter when she fell due to the stone hitting her on the neck. And speaking about the aftermath of her death, she said authorities, especially the police, have been around to take pictures of the accident scene, and they are expected to convene at the Chief's Palace tomorrow for a durbar to address what happened, and she's hoping that justice will be served to the family. Ebacho obey baby omo ye kwan
Ebacho maybe
ye koso bia weni etua me pese me bisa o se enra de si ye no sen ena esifa bae
Endra adwuma wo me start here na ha ya na ewo me shop wo enimu ha nti omo besta omo bombi we na omo ka kire ye omo braste bo na omo ka kire so omo pa e cho by 4 o'clock ye mfi ha omo start na asa na omo ka ba we de nra de de ete ho na omo ka kire se omo de we na hye we na asenti ye mfiri ha ene asu o sisi ye beto sisi omo sen an nti ye na ye mfi ha na so ene sada se mun ka bibia nche school for nti mun ka bibia nche school for ena boy na odi information ba so e fit time omo ye adwuma wan nyon no odi sa information ba nti ne mfa ni serious ti e ho na penin ba ko na e ota be ma information oba no be ka je se mindundu me bibia na me mfi me shop ni mu eti efi o na e kwa bet se 10 minutes ni ehun sa de na blaster e bo no e ba edimika ye de ko nti yen ye ho na ejontem na ni say ni de road across the road ndi e wona njontem na ekodi nsemoni bebe wo ho no
baby I did not say ye baby e bo no wo mo pan na he support na obetimi appoint atre ye se e bo no eto ye said ye etimi call this side
e wo inside ha
okay
baby abo ka say we da no ni inside e ho no mo de ade ne hye nti blast bi ko ni se nti yen no amba ye so kese
na oben hai weni tua enema bebra e koso anytime a omo be blast ya e ya amamra bi koso bibi koso nkitahudie bi koso ansa na oma ye empaipaye na say den
oh ya wa hade amamra bi ankoso ba de tene say so omo be ya atam so no information center intanopa no krampa wo mfifie wo dampa so wo te say na bibi se be koso ansa wo ba wo shop so yen bemben hai anu so mema ye time ba we de ya ma ye time ye tia pomo se ye nsori mfiri ha na bibi se be koso ti ye sorry so anche ye che se delay kakra bi anka nsemo na ebedi e wa ha na enye papa omo be ye omo kan ba ndru ade no ni problem omo anka so amfa nche obi eni mu se bibi koso
na school for na bi wa around dem na mudwane no
oh se tama ye tie no lucky na se bi beto ma ade na meka se ni se na matena mati bibi no se de bi on te hwe iti onu fi mi ho no oma nkola na nkwa assembly kwa no oma nkola ni na start se obi ankofi enti tam na omo happy wie no oma na omo no ndoso no ye mabi mu she inside ye lock omo enti later na ebi mu ba ne kese na ade omo de no omoko.
Our mother here has a shop situated closely to the blasting site where the unfortunate incident happened. And giving her account of what transpired, she says there was no prior information for them to vacate their premises before the dynamite exploded. And according to her, anytime there's supposed to be a blasting of that gravity, They are informed of it, so before the blasting takes place, they are already evacuated to avoid any tragic incident. But yesterday's one was different because no information of that sort was given. But according to her, immediately around 10 minutes when they vacated the premises, the blast took off, causing significant damage to properties and claiming lives, with many others injured. So giving a first-hand account, she said the school managed to vacate students out of the school premises before the incident happened. I'm here at the St. Gregory Catholic Hospital, where many of the accident victims were brought on admission. Yesterday's blast saw many injured. We will be going inside to speak to the hospital administrator to find out the number of victims who are currently receiving treatment from the facility, and to also speak to the victims from the incident to get a first-hand account of what actually transpired. This is Still Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We are still on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm currently at the St. Gregory Catholic Hospital inside Gomoa, Budumburam, to engage with the hospital administrator. And I'm currently here with Mr. Ayegre Matthias Anaba to find out the number of victims that have been admitted in the facility. Welcome, sir, on GhanaWeb TV. Please, would like to find out the number of admissions made so far with regards to the incident.
Okay, thank you for coming. So, in all, we received a total of 47. Out of this number, 3 unfortunately died on arrival. 4 were referred, 2 to 37 military hospital on account of head injury, 2 to Winneba Trauma Hospital on account of fracture. Now, we discharged 34 of these. Currently, 13 are on admission. Among these 13 is a 7-month-old baby, and they are all in stable condition and responding to treatment. This is the present situation.
Please, regarding the assessment, your assessment of the incident, what would you have to say with the pressure that has been held on since yesterday with the coming in and the going?
Yes, so it was, the pressure was enormous because this was mass casualty. Numbers trooping in within 30 minutes, we have to host this all these numbers. So all staff, were called on board, and each person having everything to do to make sure there were no further mortalities. So we managed the pressure with the help of the Ghana Police and Fire Service to contain it. And so as at this morning, the tension has come down, the pressure has come down, and everything is under control.
So with those responding to treatment, how well are they currently?
Well, as I said, there's no life-threatening situation. Many of them, they are all responding to treatment very well. And I'm sure, quite sure, probably, that maybe by the end of the day, there will be further discharges.
Okay. Please, can you tell us the injury regarding the 7-month-old baby?
Oh yes, so it was a cut on the head, forehead. Yeah, but not too bad, so we're able to manage it.
So I was coming back from the market, then the incident happened. So the rock hit my head and I fell down. And instantly I was rushed to the hospital. Yeah, emergency. So later on, the doctor came Then they stitched my wounds for me and they gave me some injections. And they gave us police reports to sign and those kinds of things. So that's what happened.
Have you received any visit from the police?
Yeah.
Official?
The police came here to check up on us, how we are doing. They asked us a few questions, then things.
Can you share with us a bit of the questions, a couple of them?
They were like, how am I feeling now? Am I okay? Those kinds of questions. Nothing serious, but how am I feeling then things.
So with your current condition and situation, how has the incident traumatized you?
How traumatized I was. No, I couldn't sleep yesterday. So now, but right now I'm feeling okay. So the doctor said he will discharge me today. So maybe he said Friday I'll come back so that they will check my wounds for me again. Only the police came here to ask us few questions, how we are and things.
Sɛ mehyɛ dwa ba ɔkwan ma hɔ bi. Sɛ nata no mo rasti na sɛ boɔ no twitwi mirika yɛwɛ no. Sɛ me so me di mirika na ade. Sɛ me so me ba na fa makoma yɛ me ya. Ɔmo bɛ check no me sɛ me pressure kɔ so. To ɔmo bɛ hwɛ me wa. Sɛ me tell me so wa. Ɛwɔ ha dɛ bi. Ɔmo bɛ yɛ bi a ɔmo bɔ nka yɛ. But ewie wuda. Then long one you happy. And carry the boy. Betty Omoya and Metchity. I don't know everything and Metchity, sir. But I'm not a buy a chitty. Tell him on the bazaar. But according to Crack, I must say, be baha. As with a carbon with me baha, a bar market man and Betty. To be a maho.
Our mother here is a victim of yesterday's explosion incident, and she sells just along the road, and due to the commotion when the blast happened, there was chaos. People were running helter-skelter trying to find shelter. So due to that, her BP actually went up. So she was admitted to the hospital for treatment, and she's still recovering steadily. Hopefully she will be discharged soon.
I was at my workplace and I saw the stones coming. When I saw the stone coming, I went and hid inside my shop. And then the stones spoiled everything in the shop. They spoiled it. So after that, I was coming out to check whether everything is okay. When I come out then, one stone hit at my back and I fell. So I was shouting for help and another stone hit at my back again. And then it didn't anything again.
That was the last thing.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do?
I sell hair for braiding.
Was there any announcement given before the blast?
I didn't hear any announcement, but they said they did the announcement in the morning, early in the morning, but they don't hear anything.
Have you received any visitors regarding authorities coming to see you?
Yes. Yeah. Police people came here and gave us their reports. And then this Honorable Desmond too, he came here. And then Assemblyman too, he came here. And then those who were doing the road, they also came here.
So do you know when you will be discharged?
They said that they are coming to give me medicine after that I will go home and come back on Friday.
I know the incident has really traumatized you. How has it really affected you in your own account?
I can't walk. If I work, unless someone help me before, then I'm feeling pain at my waist and my back too.
Behind me is where the unfortunate blasting incident happened. We have spoken to a lot of people, affected victims, authorities, and you have heard all they have to say. And one thing echoes in their statement: there was no prior information before the incident happened. This has been Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm your host, Mandy Ajiman. My cameraman has been Kwame Achaho, and my location driver is Isaac Sechiama. Special thanks to all of them. Until we meet again next time, this is Say It Loud.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Nothing showed that there was something wrong with me. Even the day that I was told I'm suffering from end-stage kidney disease, I walked to the hospital, from the Kolebo entrance to the medical ward. It's quite a distance.
Yeah.
But I walked from the entrance
all by yourself?
Yes, all by myself. And from there, I was going back to school. So initially I was surprised that I didn't believe it.
Okay.
That no,
you were in denial.
That's not so. Yes, I was in the denial stage until the doctor told me to sit and wait for a nurse to come for me to the ward. I was like, okay, fine. I thought the nurse was just coming and say, oh, Philip, can we go? But when the nurse came, she came with a wheelchair. And I was like, is this how pathetic my situation has become? And I was told the nurse that, oh, I can't walk. She said, no, my condition is such that she can't guarantee what will happen next if I should walk. And that was the turning point for me. Everything became gloomy. Everything became dark. It was just tears that was flowing. And that was when I had to actualize the whole situation.
In the last year or so, GhanaWeb has made health issues one of its major talking points. In this interview, we'll catch up with one of our guests from 2023, Philip Atara, who is a lecturer at UNIMAC, formerly Ghana Institute of Journalism. We'll catch up on his story because last year when we spoke to him, he was going through the process of dealing with kidney disease. Today, he's been able to successfully go through the transplant and is back. He's well and hearty. We want to catch up on his story. My name is Etiatisu. Welcome to this episode of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. Philip, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Very good.
The last time we had a conversation with you, you were preparing to go to India. Is that the case?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we want to catch up on the story from there. Before you left, went to India, all the stories from there. First of all, when did you leave Ghana actually for that process?
I left Ghana on the dawn of 25th August 2023.
Okay.
Yes, through Ethiopia and then to India finally.
Okay.
14-hour journey,
14-hour journey?
Yes.
At the time, you're still not very well. How was that journey for you, the flight to India?
Yes, it was great because I prepared towards it. I made sure I'd done my dialysis the day before, so that I wouldn't have to accumulate so much water on my legs.
Okay.
So I actually did all the medical tests that were necessary before I would embark on that journey.
Okay.
Yes. So I was declared fit actually before we left.
All right. Then you touched down in India.
Yes, the following day, that should be 26th of August. Yeah.
Okay. And so now, how was it like did you just get right into the medical procedure?
No. I took about 3 weeks before. So I was doing dialysis upon arrival.
Okay.
But I had my first consultation after 3 weeks. So
Okay.
it was after 3 weeks that the procedure actually started.
Okay, so 3 weeks you were just in the country, relaxed until you actually went for the first medical procedure.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was the very day I got there, it was almost 12 a.m.
Okay.
So by the time we got to the hotel, it was about 1:30 because India is a very big country. So from the airport to my hotel, it was about 1 hour 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. So the next day, I had to go and then register with the hospital and then start with my dialysis.
Okay.
So I also had to wait for 3 weeks, partly because the donor joined me after 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we needed to consult together.
Okay.
So that's why I started a consultation after my 3rd week.
Right, so that means that the donor was a donor from here locally. Where was the person from?
Yes, I sourced the donor from here.
Okay.
And then he joined me after 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. But first of all, when you were traveling, did you go alone?
No. I went with my fiancée.
Okay.
And then the donor joined.
Okay.
But when we got there, we actually realized that I should have traveled with a family member, and that the donor too should have come with either the wife or the mother or something else.
And did that in any way?
Yes, it is. That's in a way
it obstructed the. Oh, okay. So what? They eventually had to come?
No, we had to get affidavits.
Okay.
From here. That basically them agreeing or giving their consent to the surgery to take place.
But how was it that detail was missed out?
Yes, the issue is that most of the time the hospitals fail to tell you that you meet a legal committee.
Okay.
Yes, so they are in charge of the surgery, but permission is granted by the state. And the state's representative is a legal committee. So it's at that point that they request for the presence of these people, simply because they don't want you to engage in organ harvesting or non-related donation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now, 2 weeks after the donor joins you, you get around all these hurdles, the fact that you needed to have had people there, you get the affidavit done and all that.
Yes.
Walk us through the entire process. How long were you there? Did you experience any challenges at all, apart from this one you've mentioned?
Well, we face a lot of challenges, but also related to just this one issue.
Okay.
My doctors here were also not aware about the fact that India does not support non-related donor. When I say non-related donor, what I mean is that a donor who is not part of your family, blood.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
that's a thing in India. You need to have a relative.
Exactly. To do the donation.
And this was lost on your doctors as well?
Yes.
Here.
Yes. So it was when we got to, we had spent a month in running the preliminary tests for the surgery. And then after the results came, we were asked to go and do a DNA test. So I inquired why they needed the DNA test. And that's where we got to know that if the person's DNA does not match with mine, there's no way they were going to go ahead with the surgery.
Because there are the issues of organ harvesting.
Okay. Yes. And then some people also give their organs for monetary values.
Okay.
So that's one major thing actually made us to stop the process, think of a way out before,
engaging with the hospitals again. This was all outside the plan, the original plan? It was. What was the initial plan? How long did you anticipate you were going to be in? Yes, they gave us 2 to 3 months. Okay. Yeah, so we prepared for the maximum, which was 3 months.
3 months?
Yes.
Okay.
But because of these issues, we spent about 8 months at the end of the day. Yes. That means that the process started in August of 2023? Yes. Well into this year, 2024? Yes. April. April? Yes. So now you pause the process, get back to the drawing board. Yes. How did you get around all of that? Now, the person who was going to give you his organ was not your relative. Yes. How did you get around all of that? It's more like a secret, because there are a lot of people involved. There are lawyers involved. There are agents involved, because at the end of the day, we had to push monies to some courtesans before we had it done. And that also meant that we changed about 4 hospitals. Right there in India? Yes, So a lot went into it, and it was all because of the ill information about this whole legal committee thing. Did this in no way disturb you? Were you not worried that this would not have happened eventually? What were the things that were going through your mind all of this time that everything you had anticipated turned out otherwise? Yes. I was greatly affected psychologically. It got to a time that I was even thinking that maybe it's not God's will for me to have this done. And so the spiritual thinking. Yes, it also came in there because, you keep thinking about a lot of possibilities. That what could be the issue? Why is this happening now? Somewhere in December, when we had tried the second time and failed, we decided to come back to Ghana and then maybe have it done here. But the advice we had strongly was that no, we should stay and ensure that whatever thing that we have to do to get it done, we do it. Because this is coming from a source related to the Ghana embassy in India. They didn't trust the process being done in Ghana. And I also had a friend who had come here to do it at one of the newly, constructed government hospitals. I don't want to mention the name. Yes, but at the end of the day, when he was done, they got some tests wrong, which nearly, collapsed the new kidney until he traveled back to Australia. That's when they detected it and quickly had to rework on him. So the fear of not having a successful transplant in Ghana was very high. Thirdly, because we also came across one of the doctors who performed the Kolebu surgeries. Before I left, Kolebu had done some transplants. Yes. So the doctor who did that is also an Indian, and he told us about one of the patients who had an infection immediately after that because of Kolebu's environment not clean for such surgeries. So all of these things gave us a reason to keep pushing. And moreover, we also said we are here for this. And I was thinking of what the sponsors will be thinking of, that you've wasted the resources, the funds that they gave to you, and I didn't want that to happen. So I had to keep on believing that definitely I'll get it done, while I also had to pull the strings alongside to ensure that I had it done. Was your fiancée around this whole time? Yes. She didn't return?
No. None of us returned.
So even the donor?
No.
So what, the donor left everything he was doing just to...
Yes. And I think he is God sent.
Wow. You mean the 8 months?
Yes, true.
He left his family, he left his job.
His family, his job. He left everything.
You had some angels in your way, because for someone to have left everything for this long,
it's unbelievable. And anywhere I go, I always tell people that my donor was actually God sent, because under no normal circumstances will someone, leave their business and come and be with you for that long.
Now, you had sponsors, you had people who were praying with you and everything. You mentioned how at a point you had your own doubts, you had your own fears, even disappointing people who had invested into this. Were there other things that made you even more scared than just the process not going as it should have been? I'm talking about things like stories, experiences, and things like that. Did you experience any of such things?
Yes. Personally, because of the prolonged duration, I was admitted on 2 occasions. The first one was because I was bleeding through my urine and then fecal deposits. So, and it's continued for about more than 3 weeks. Urinating blood is common with kidney patients, but this time the color was so deep, and then it also went beyond. Normally 2-3 days you should be okay, but this time for about 3 weeks. So I had to be admitted for 2 nights, and then discharged later on at an extra cost, of course, of $2,000.
Wow.
And then the main thing, one day I went for dialysis, and about 30 minutes to the end of the procedure, the lights were not, I wasn't seeing the lights as I should see them. I mean the fluorescent bulbs, because the color changed from white that we all know to more of multicolored.
That was you?
Yes.
Okay.
So I asked the donor at the time, my fiancé and a couple who had also joined us from Ghana.
Okay.
They all came around at the time. So I asked them whether they also see the changes in the light, and none of them said they see any changes. So after that, I began to feel dizzy, and I told them to take me off the machine. So they took me off. I went to check my weight and everything. But when we got down there and got into the cab, I was still feeling dizzy so much that I told them I don't want to go home because I don't know what the outcome will be. So they should return me. But before they even got to the emergency side, I had already gone off.
Okay.
Yes. So all I could hear voices, but I couldn't see the people. The whole place was dark for me. So according to those around, they had to run some tests, do some MRIs, because part of my body was not responding to stimulus. And because of that, they took me to ICU. The reason being that my BP had gone to about 270, and it didn't want to drop. So they were anticipating it might have an effect on my brain. Yeah, so they did a whole lot of things. But I recovered, or I began to see around 2 a.m.
That was hours after?
Yes. And then that was when I realized I was at the ICU. And
I mean, the kind of things or the kind of patients at the ICU, the fact that people next to you are dying and all of that really scared me. Yeah, and I didn't recover from that, condition and the sights that I saw in that ICU until maybe just about 2 months ago. Yeah, I feared going to bed. I feared closing my eyes because I thought if I do, I may not, survive anymore.
We'll continue this shortly, and I would ask you about a few of the myths and some of the superstitions, stories we've heard around people who've had transplants before, and then also we'll get back to that conversation about how you used to fear even going to sleep. Because my guest is Philip Atara. He's a lecturer at UNIMAC. We're talking about his experience going through a kidney transplant. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back from the break. My guest is still Philip Atara. We're talking to him about the experiences going through a kidney transplant. Philip, you feared going to sleep.
Yeah.
And only about 2 months ago that you were able to recover from this.
Yeah.
Now, that experience was a scary one. You went into ICU for a while.
Yeah.
Then you were let go after you were okay.
Yes.
What continued? What was this? What happened after that?
So after that, when I was discharged, I think 2 days afterwards, we had to continue with the process.
Okay.
But I had to consult with a psychologist who placed me on a medication to help with the fear that I was having.
Okay.
Yeah. And I also became claustrophobic after that event. So any enclosed, space brought a lot of fear to me. Yes. That's because when I was placed in the MRI machine, I could hear the beeping of the machine and everything, but as I said, everything was still dark to me. And I felt there was this, force or pressure trying to, press me against the bed of the MRI. So because of that, I feared going into smaller rooms and then, rooms that don't have enough light. Yes. But after the medications and then some consultations here and there, I became okay. Yeah, I became okay.
You're talking about a lot of processes, a lot of procedures, a lot of changes, a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah.
This involved a lot of money.
Yes.
We're not talking about Ghana. You are in a foreign land. You had sponsors who were taking care of all of these.
Yes.
Where was all the support coming from?
Well, we generated about was it $62,000?
Okay.
Before I left.
Was that from the GoFundMe?
GoFundMe didn't fetch much. GoFundMe fetched at $1,780.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So where was the rest of the money from?
Yes, it came from GIJ.
Okay.
UTAG, local UTAG. It came from administration as well. And then some also came from the student body, the various year groups and then classes. I mean, those present students. Yes. And then Azuri also played a major role. So we had some funds coming from other institutions and well-to-do individuals. Yes. So that's where majority of the funds came. And then my church also did a lot. Yeah. I think I received about 20% of the funds from my church.
That's really good.
Yes.
That is a strong community of support people.
Yes.
All right. Now, Philip, let's take the conversation a little further, to the point where you actually got through to the medical procedure, had the transplant done. Tell me quickly everything that went through, and then all the other experiences there.
Yeah, so finally, when we were given the green light from the government legal committee, we went to the hospital on Saturday about 5 p.m. for admission towards the surgery. We were there Sunday, just having fun, myself, the donor, and my fiancée.
What was your fiancée telling you around that time?
Around that time, in fact, the fear of having the surgery was not there, because already I've been through a lot and I was even tired. So I really was looking forward to it. And we all were looking forward to it. So the Sunday, the surgery happened on a Tuesday.
Okay.
Yes. So Sunday, we were free. We took our meals. Monday, we took our last meals around 2 p.m. because we are not supposed to have food in you for about 24 hours before the surgery. Yes. Okay. So that Monday, a lot actually happened. The first thing was to go and have a neckline fixed here for administration of medications. And then that was around 2 p.m. At about 7 p.m., I went for my last dialysis session, which ended about 11 midnight.
So you still do dialysis when you are not eating?
Yes. And all the time I was still having my dialysis. All these 7 months that I was there, I was still having my dialysis until the surgery.
Was it cheaper there, by the way?
No.
More expensive?
Yes. Expensive because I was treated as an international patient.
Okay.
But for the locals over there, it's very cheap, less than 200 cedis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, compared to what Ghanaians we pay here. That Kolebu, I think, is about 460 or so. Yes, but I was doing mine at a private hospital, so I was paying 860 per session.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So back to that Monday evening.
Yes. So I did my last dialysis at about 12 midnight.
Okay.
The nurses came again, and then they had to shave us. The whole of your body to the knee level. And then we had to bath with antiseptic soaps. Like, everything was now towards making sure you are clean without any bacteria. So they washed us, cleaned us, gave us the cloth that we're supposed to put on. And then I was in the bed for just 1 hour. They came for me at about 2 a.m. to the ward before the surgery. Yeah. So by 7 a.m., they had taken the donor in to take what they call the graft kidney. So they took the donor's kidney. By 8:30, they came for me to the OR.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the donor's procedure happened first?
Yes. That took about an hour and some minutes.
Okay.
Yes. And they came for me. I got into the OR at 8:35. Yes. But in the OR, they moved me from the bed onto the bench, what I would call. So after that, I think they only asked me to, I stretched my arms like this, because the bench has something like this that you place your arms on. Yeah. And they were having a conversation with me. Then I think the anesthetic brought the gas mask. I initially thought it was oxygen mask. That's also because he didn't tell me what it was. Yeah.
Was
So
it
the last thing I
intentional?
remember,
Was it
I don't
intentional?
know. I don't know. I never met him to ask afterwards. Yes. So all I remember was the marks getting closer to my face,
And that's all.
That was it. I recovered at about 4:30 p.m. Yeah.
Wow.
So it was an 8-hour thing. I was told the procedure itself took about 4.5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rest of the hours you're still out until later.
Yes.
When you came around, what were the first things that you were thinking around?
Well, I asked questions.
Yes.
The first time the first question I asked was time.
Okay.
What was the time? They told me. The next thing was, where's my fiancé? And they told me she's around. And I asked about the donor, and they said he's fine. And then I went back to bed. I woke up again, and it was the night shift. The night shift guys had come in.
Okay.
So I only had to wait for the next day. So during the next day, I asked when I was going to see my fiancée, because at least she should know I'm okay. And I also wanted to know how far the donor is also doing. How well he's doing. But they didn't allow me because they said they don't want any infection from outside. Yes. So I was in isolation for, I think, almost 6 days.
Okay.
Yes. I left isolation at about 4 p.m. on the 6th day. Yeah.
So that's from Tuesday all through to the following, is it Sunday, Monday?
Yes. I think somewhere Sunday.
6 days, okay.
Yeah.
Now the process is done. You eventually leave isolation.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Isolation is not easy. Isolation is not easy because it's, as I told you, the claustrophobia was still there, and it was a smaller room, and the lights were on throughout. There are no windows to the room. In fact, it's a room in a room, kind of, simply because they want to ensure that you don't have an infection, because the immune system has been stepped down so that my body doesn't fight the new kidney. So what it meant was that I was at my most vulnerable point, so any infection could be fatal. So isolation it's not really a nice experience, coupled with the fact that you have to be in the same position for all these days. I only got to get up on the 3rd day, and I'm not somebody who is used to, being in bed. So the first 3 days were very terrible because of the back aches. The back aches, and well, I didn't feel like eating because there was enough IVs that were pumped into me. But I think after the 4th day, they introduced me to liquid food.
Okay.
Yes, before I started solid after the 6th day.
8 months, long journey, many stories. You eventually are out of there. You eventually came back to Ghana in what, April?
Yes, I was in Ghana on 24th of April.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by this time, everything was okay. You had started experiencing different changes in your body and all of that.
Yes. So I think when I was discharged, I still had the how do they call it? The catheter, the drainage.
Okay.
With me, because it takes about 21 days for the water and other stuff to drain, the blood and other stuff to drain. And so I had to wait for that to finish draining. So they removed the drainage, and then also removed, I've even forgotten the name, but there was this tube which was also fixed through to the bladder so that
the way doesn't block because I wasn't urinating like through myself. I was connected to a tube for the urine as well.
Okay.
So I had to get that one too removed.
Okay.
So when we did all of that, we were left with just a week to return to Ghana. So quickly, I had to order for the medications. I ordered for 6 months medications at the cost of almost $1,700. Yeah. So after they delivered the medication, I think just a day after we came back to Ghana. Yes.
All right. And we're all happy that at least you're much better now. And I see that lately you've been doing some educative pieces on YouTube. You are sharing your stories.
Yes,
Just quickly, why are you doing that?
I'm doing that because, people don't know about my case. When I say my case, I mean the polycystic kidney. Until I was involved with it, I didn't know that you could have a kidney failure as a result of hereditary factors. Because most of the time we are looking at what are you eating, what are you drinking, are you smoking and all of that. So we often look at external factors.
Okay.
But little do people know that
there could be
other factors like hereditary.
Okay.
So that is why I am doing that.
Okay.
And also because I don't want people to find themselves in my situation. I would say that God has been good to me. I had a support system. Even with that, things are not easy because at the end of the day, I spent close to $100,000 in India due to the, prolonged stay, and then the fact that I needed to, pay my way out. I wonder how many people will get
be able to do that
money.
So right now, are you surviving on one kidney or two?
One.
Just one?
Yes, that's the graft. Yes.
Okay.
My last test was, I think, a week and some days ago.
Okay.
The performance is now at 83.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So at the time of the surgery, it was about 40 something. So it's now 83, means that it's picking up.
It's picking up?
Yes.
Okay. Philip, like I mentioned, well, happy that you are doing much better now. And thank you for sharing your story with us. We know there are lots more people out there. And as you've said, because you're sharing your story, you're hoping that people can also learn from that and ensure that they don't get into the similar situation that you are in. So thank you. We wish you even better recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you too for speaking to us. So Philip has been our guest. Philip Atara, he's with Unimag GIJ, and he's a lecturer here. We've just brought you the concluding part, as I will call it, on his story, because last year we brought you the first part before he emplaned to India and is back. Thank you for joining us. My name is Echi Atisu. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV, subscribe, like, and click on the notification button so that you're notified the next time we have a video up. Until another time, be kind to one another.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis, as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Or you move out of the Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Four. By the Speaker. I was going to give my response to the statement that was made by the minority leader, which was commented upon, in fact, debated by the House. And so I want to redeem that pledge in the form of a formal communication. And with your kind permission, I proceed to do so now. I make this formal response to the House in relation to a matter of significant parliamentary and constitutional importance, which was brought to the attention of the House by the minority leader, Honorable Dr. Atuna Forson, MP for Ajumako Enyan SM, pursuant to Order 93 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. The Honorable Minority Leader, with the indulgence of the House and with leave of the Speaker, raised a matter which he indicated was of urgent public importance in accordance with Order 93.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. The statement drew rigorous debate instead of comments on the floor of Parliament, and this reverberated to the public in a heated national discourse. The Honorable Minority Leader, as part of his statement, called on the Speaker to follow precedent and declare vacant the seats of 4 members of Parliament pursuant to Articles 97(1)(g) and H of the Constitution. The Honorable Minority Leader informed the House that he had come to the notice of the Minority Caucus that certain members of Parliament had taken actions that contravene the provisions of Article 97(1)(g) and 97(1)(h) of the Constitution. Specifically, the Honorable Minority Leader alleged that A. Honorable Peter Yao Kwache Aka, Member of Parliament for Amenfi Central, who was elected on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, had filed with the Electoral Commission to contest the upcoming 2024 parliamentary elections as an independent candidate. B. Honorable Andrews Asiama Amwako, independent member of Parliament for Formina, and currently serving as the second Deputy Speaker, had filed to contest the 2024 parliamentary elections on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, NPP. C. Honorable Kwajo Asante, Member of Parliament for Suhum, who was elected on the ticket of the NPP, had filed with the Electoral Commission to contest the upcoming 2024 parliamentary elections as an independent candidate. And D. Honorable Cynthia Mamile Morrison, Member of Parliament for Aguna West, who was elected on the ticket of the MPP, had filed with the Electoral Commission to contest the upcoming 2024 parliamentary elections as an independent candidate. In the light of these developments, the Honorable Minority Leader invited the Speaker to declare the seats of these 4 members vacant in accordance with Article 97(1)(g) and 97(1)(h) of the Constitution 1992. According to his submission, if these seats are declared vacant, the resultant effect on the composition of this House would be that the NDC would have 136 seats, while the MPP would have 135 seats, thus making the NDC the majority party in Parliament. This statement sparked intense debate in the House, with members raising questions of constitutional interpretation and the role of the Speaker in the enforcement of Article 97 of the Constitution, particularly in the matter of the vacation of seats by members of Parliament. It is therefore incumbent upon me, as Speaker of this House, to address these issues thoroughly. In doing so, I am simply applying the provisions of the Constitution 1992, Parliamentary Act 1965, Act 300, the Standing Orders of Parliament 2024, precedents, and established legal principles. The issue of interpretation and enforcement of the Constitution lies in the bosom of the Supreme Court and not that of the Speaker. And so I proceed to tell you my understanding of Article 97. Honorable members, at the core of the Majority Leader's statement are the provisions of Article 97(1) of the Constitution of Ghana, 1992, which govern the circumstances under which a member of Parliament shall vacate his or her seat in Parliament. The relevant sub-clauses of the provision read as follows. Article 91 states, a member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament. G, if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to Parliament to join another party or seeks to remain in Parliament as an independent member. Or H, if he was elected a member of Parliament as an independent candidate and joins a political party, unquote. Honorable members, my humble view is that Article 97(1)(g) and H operate to prevent what the old school refers to as cross-carpeting or carpet crossing, as witnessed in the early legislative councils and parliaments of the Gold Coast and the Republic of Ghana, respectively. Cross-carpeting is now part of what is referred to as defection or party switching, when a member of parliament who was elected on the ticket of one political party leaves that party to join another, or when an independent member of parliament joins a political party after being elected as an independent member, or a party member acts similarly. The concept of defection raises significant concerns about the integrity of political representation. When voters elect a candidate, they do so based not only on the individual's personal qualities, but also on the political party platform they represent. Party switching or defection, therefore, can be seen as a breach of the mandate and social contract between the member of parliament and the electorate, as it changes the political dynamics that the voters originally endorsed. The prohibition of defection, as reflected in Article 97(1)(g) and (h), serves several critical purposes in maintaining the integrity of Parliament, parliamentarians, and protecting the trust and will of the people. The provisions of Article 97(1)(g) and (h) are designed to safeguard the principles of party loyalty, voter representation, and political stability. Defection is prohibited because it undermines the trust placed in members of parliament by their constituents and can lead to instability in parliament. These constitutional safeguards ensure that members of parliament remain accountable to both their parties and the electorate, and they prevent members of parliament from engaging in behavior that could amount to fraud or disruptive of the functioning of parliament. Honorable members, it has been suggested by some members that the provisions of Article 97(1)(g) and (h), which address the vacating of a member of parliament seat due to defection, should be understood prospectively. That is, they should apply only to future parliaments and not to the term of office of parliament when the act occurs. While this argument may appear to offer a practical approach, it must be firmly dismissed as both untenable and inconsistent with the constitutional purpose of these provisions. One may ask, what is Article 97 purposed to do? The clear intent of Article 97(1)(g) and (h), to my understanding, is to preserve party loyalty, engender trust, and protect the mandate of the voter and representation throughout the MP's term of office. These provisions are designed to prevent political instability, as I stated, opportunistic behavior, fraudulent representations, and disruption of parliamentary composition during the term of a parliament, by ensuring that members of parliament remain faithful to the mandate given to them by the electorate at the time of their election. To understand these provisions as only applying prospectively, meaning that they will take effect only in future parliaments, will nullify the purpose of Article 97. The provisions of Article 97 and the consideration are intended to address breaches of party loyalty and independent status as they occur during a term, ensuring that the House's composition remains consistent with the electoral outcomes. If Article 97(1)(g) and (h) were to apply only in future parliaments, it will render these provisions effectively superfluous. By the time the next parliament is constituted, any member of parliament who has defected or swayed political allegiance during the current parliament will no longer be in violation of the provision. They will start the next term aligned with their new party or as an independent. There will exist no defection, and the violation will effectively be wiped clean at the start of the term of the succeeding parliament. If the understanding of the provisions was futuristic, members of parliament could freely switch parties or become independent during the term of a parliament and pretend to be representing the interests of the people who elected him or her or the party on whose platform he or she rode to parliament, while paying loyalty to a different party or group of people with no immediate consequences. This is precisely what Article 97(1)(g) and (h) are meant to prevent. The provisions exist to curb, as I stated, defection, as it happens, not to offer a free pass to members of parliament to change allegiance during their term and only face no consequences, even in future electoral cycles. Under Article 97 of the Constitution of Ghana, there are indeed different modes through which a member of parliament shall vacate his or her seat, and these can be broadly categorized into two groups. The A is the one that we refer to as automatic or procedural, and the B is a matter of determination of fact. Certain modes of vacating a seat happen automatically or procedurally, either through the direct operation of law or institutional processes. These are relatively straightforward and do not require external determination of facts. For example, the dissolution of parliament, the election as speaker, the expulsion for contempt, and resignation of a member of parliament. The second category deals with others where you require determination of facts. And those are the other provisions identified in Articles 97(1), C, E, and D. These involve more complex factual situations that are less clear-cut and may be subject to dispute, making them matters that likely require determination to ascertain whether a vacancy has occurred. Honorable members, it is important to note that the determination of whether a member of parliament has resigned from their political party or has joined another party is a matter of fact. In 2020, during the tenure of Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Quay as Speaker of Parliament, a notable instance occurred when the New Patriotic Party notified the Speaker that the Member of Parliament for Formina, Honorable Andrews Asiema Amwako, was no longer a member of the party. The MPP requested that the seat be declared vacant in accordance with Article 97(1) of the Constitution, citing that the Member of Parliament had filed to contest the upcoming elections as an independent candidate, which violated the party's constitution. In response to this request and notification, Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Quay proceeded to declare the seat vacant. However, I must emphasize that this ruling made by the previous speaker does not bind other speakers, including myself. It is important to point out that in the present matter before the House, the notice of poll is available at the Electoral Commission on all the 275 constituencies. I have duly taken note of the notice of the poll, and furthermore, no member in making comments to the statement made to the House by the minority leader denies these glaring and notorious facts. And so, what is my role in all this? Honorable members, it is important to point out that the Speaker is called upon by the standing orders of Parliament particularly Order 18, to inform the House of the occurrence of a vacancy of the seat of a member under Clause 1B to E, G, and H of Article 97 of the Constitution. Accordingly, I proceed to inform the House that by the notification of the polls, the following members of Parliament have by their actions vacated their seats in Parliament. The members are Honorable Peter Yao Kwache Aka, NDC MP for Amenfi Central in the Western Region, now referred to as an independent parliamentary candidate for the same constituency. 2, Honorable Andrew Amwako Asiama, independent member for Fomna constituency in Ashanti region, now referred to as MPP parliamentary candidate for the constituency. 3, Honorable Kojo Asante, MPP MP for Suhum in the Eastern region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. And finally, Honorable Cynthia Mamile Morrison, MPP MP for Agona West constituency in the Central region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. These MPs cannot be allowed by law and my good self to continue to pretend to be representing people that they don't believe in and they don't have any loyalty for in this House any longer. The House is accordingly so informed. Honorable members, I thank you for your patience and attention. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, may we have some order in the House? Honorable members, this is my response to what happened 2 days ago. And I don't think this is subject to debate. It's a communication to the House, and by our standing orders, it's information I have to give you, and I've done so according to my understanding of the law. Please, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I thank you for the opportunity to make comments on the communication you have just delivered to the House.
May you kindly refer to the standing orders that you are coming under.
Mr. Speaker, I do not come under any standing orders.
So, You may resume your seat then.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are the father of this house. And Mr. Speaker, you have communicated to the House a position you've taken. It's been our practice that any time you have come out with a formal communication, you give opportunity to leadership to make a response. Mr. Speaker, if today you do not want me to talk, Mr. Speaker, that should be it. But Mr. Speaker, if you say that
Honorable member, you got it wrong. It's not the practice of the House that any time I come with a formal communication, I allow members to make comments. That's not the practice of the House. It's never been the practice of any of the houses that I have been member from 1993 to date. I have not had that as any practice of the House. Some speakers, including myself, may entertain some comments from members, but it is not a practice of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I would like to make some few comments on the matters you've raised. Because, Mr. Speaker, these are very grave matters. The matters you've raised are not light matters. They are very grave matters that I would want to comment. And, Mr. Speaker,
so
please,
you want to seek my leave to make comments?
That is so, respectfully.
Now you agree it's not the practice,
Mr.
but
Speaker,
you are just seeking my leave.
Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, with your leave. With your leave.
Well, yes, you may do so.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for the leave granted me to comment on your communication you just delivered. Mr. Speaker, you underscored your submissions with a very important point, that the matter that came before us has interpretation reliefs, and that you do not have the power to interpret the Constitution, and that your duty is to enforce. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you are not listening to me.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish with respect?
All what you said are wrong, so I cannot continue to allow you to keep on misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, please, if you think that this is your house and you didn't want us to talk, so be, Mr. Speaker, we should allow you to speak.
Honorable Majority Leader, you are addressing the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you may. Please. I need your protection. They must stop what they are doing.
I am in charge.
Mr. Speaker, then
anytime,
they may be quiet.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in your ruling, my understanding was to the effect that your duty is not to interpret the Constitution. My understanding was to the effect that your duty is not to interpret the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to emphasize one more time that when the statement was made by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atufosin, I did draw the attention of the House, including your good self, to the effect that the matter being a very grave matter, I have taken it upon myself to seek the court's interpretation of the matter. Mr. Speaker, indeed. Mr. Speaker, I think
Honorable
I deserve
members,
some respect.
please,
Mr. Speaker,
let's listen
I think
to
I
each
deserve
other.
some respect.
Let's listen to each other.
No, I think it is only fair.
Honorable Majority Leader, please address me. I'm taking care of that. Please,
Mr.
let's
Speaker,
listen to each other.
I did indicate that I have filed a process at the Supreme Court. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the bailiff of the court had attempted to serve the process on the Director of Legal Affairs, and the Director of Legal Affairs and the entire legal directorate refused service because, according to them, there was a circular stating that they can only be served on Mondays. I saw the circular myself. Subsequent to that, I, as hearing the intention of Mr. Speaker to come to a determination in one way or the other, directed service, which is within my rights. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Parliament was duly served.
Honorable Member, please, I didn't want to interrupt you, but you are the majority leader and the leader of this House. As at the time you were directing service yourself, you took the trouble of coming to Parliament with 2 persons who are alleged to be bailiffs and went to the legal office to yourself, directing officials of the legal office to receive the service. You are a member of Parliament. I am the Speaker. It is my duty to protect your privileges and immunities. In doing so, I had a discussion with the Chief Justice, and we came to an understanding that in the meantime, the Chief Justice issued a directive as to how service of members of Parliament, some officers of Parliament, and the Speaker could be effected. I communicated this to the House and discussed it with you, the leaders. We said that as we go along, we will together, Parliament and the judiciary, particularly led by the Supreme Court, come out with a legislation on this issue of privileges and immunities of Parliament, members of Parliament, and specified officials of Parliament. We discussed this. Based on this discussion, the Chief Justice issued a directive to all registries of courts in the country. And it is stated clearly there that the Speaker can be served on Mondays during working hours. There were reasons why we came to those agreements. You are aware of it. Yet you kept on insisting that service be effected whilst the Speaker was presiding over the proceedings of the House. You, as leader of the House, as majority leader, you are saying that this was service because you threw the court processes on the table and walked away? Is that how you effect service? Please, to quote the common parlance, don't go there.
With respect, for the past 12 years, I have accorded you every respect, and I'll continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, the facts you put out are not true. Mr. Speaker, these are credibility issues, so I will respond for the record. Mr. Speaker, somebody has told you something. Mr. Speaker, you reserve the right to be there to make your point. Let me make my point too. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, whoever told you, Mr. Speaker, whoever told you that I threw a paper at somebody, this has to do with my credibility. I will not allow hands.
Honorable Member, you don't listen at all.
Mr. Speaker, I do.
I never said you.
Mr. Speaker, you said
I never said you threw a paper at anybody.
Mr. Speaker,
I never said that.
That's exactly what you said. Let the answer check it. Mr. Speaker, that is what you said.
You are being carried away by your
Mr.
anger.
Speaker,
You are not listening.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
I said the court process was thrown on the table in the office. I never stated it was thrown by you at any person.
Mr. Speaker, you said I allegedly said some bailiffs. Alleged bailiffs.
No.
Mr. Speaker, then clarify.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
Listen to me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening.
Honorable Majority Leader, I don't want to proceed to make some orders. Please, resume your seat. I'm very serious about that.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, resume your seat. Honorable member, your
Coming events cast their shadows. We have Parliament now, elect with the executive. Please, kindly resume your seat. Minority Leader. Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, first, let me start by expressing our profound gratitude for your erudite ruling on this very important matter of national interest. The Speaker, you have indeed done what is right for the people of Ghana by sticking to the tenet of Ghana's Constitution, our standing order, and time-tested precedent being a case law for this House. The Speaker, permit me to congratulate the NDC Majority Caucus for standing firm from day one, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, just a moment. I can see a cluster of some members at one corner of the chamber. Please, honorable members, either you resume your seats or you move out of the chamber of parliament. Please, honorable members, can you hear me? Please, Marshal, kindly perform your duty. We now go on. Mr. Speaker, as I said, permit me to congratulate the NDC Majority Caucus. Mr. Speaker, from day one, we have not reneged on our responsibilities to work for the people of Ghana. Today is the beginning of the process to reset Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our country has gone through a lot. We have always made our point, but unfortunately we've not been able to succeed because we were not having the working majority. But now we have the working majority. Right, Honorable Speaker, beginning the next parliamentary sitting, we'll begin the process to take over as the majority caucus of this parliament. And we thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have taken note of the fact that our colleagues, the minority caucus, the new minority caucus, have just walked out. But that will not stop us from doing what is right for the people of Ghana. We will do what is right. But their conduct exactly reflects the work of a minority caucus. Mr. Speaker, we thank you very much for this ruling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, unless you have any further information, I would move for the House to be adjourned till Tuesday next week, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Honorable members, at least we will need to take the correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We need to take that. Honorable members, item 5 on the order paper, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 16th October 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 14.
Speaker, that is so.
Yes, please.
Speaker, page 14, item number 26. We agreed to a number of clauses. So it was clauses 161 to 168. Agreed to. It was a number of clauses that we considered. the way it's captured is as if it's only one clause that was agreed to, but it's a group of clauses. Mr. Speaker, I recall this very well. Thank you very much.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 15. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, still the same page 14. Right Honorable Speaker directed the draft person to redraft the provisions. Now, if you look at 26, clause 161 to 168, agreed to. 27, clause 169, agreed to. Now, following it, are we to assume that you are referring to clause 169 with what the Speaker gave the directive? Thank you.
All right, they should refer to the specific clause that are directed to not amend that clause, but to capture what we normally do by adding an additional clause which will make ultimate responsibility for the delegation of the power that of the minister. I think that is what it should reflect. Honorable members, page 16. Page 17. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the second sitting dated Wednesday, 16th October 2024 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have two copies of official reports, a copy of the official report dated 5th July 2024 and the one dated 9th July 2024. We'll start with the one dated 5th July, which is Friday, 5th July 2024. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 5th July 2024 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move on to the official report of Thursday, 9th July 2024. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 9th July 2024 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, as I earlier indicated, we'll plead, if you give us the opportunity, if we don't have any other business, I'll move that this House is adjourned until Tuesday next week.
Motion for adjournment to Tuesday, moved.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for adjournment. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Member of Parliament for Banda, and the new First Deputy Majority Whip.
Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Are you amending the motion for adjournment?
I'm actually seeking your leave on a matter, very important matter. Very important matter. Mr. Speaker, the 4 affected members of parliament includes the second deputy speaker. And there is the need for us to have a second deputy speaker. And my good friend Bawa is around.
We need a woman, Speaker. Speak up. Speaker, we need a woman.
Right now, Speaker.
Yes, please.
A motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. We are in your hands.
Honorable Member, I was just severing the comic relief. But definitely, motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. It's for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of adjournment to Tuesday, please say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday. The House is adjourned.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Ment Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
a session.
Yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Na obia enkai se edidida ye beto aba ubehwe na sika esisi yedi mpuntuo nyina yedi asie ye beto aba ni astati dipue ni edi bomu tiketuo ubehwe na yasisa pesticides ni asisa nkante ni asisa mbentwa ni edi famusu yadi namusu ni edi chemo mepauchao se ye bremu bia mumisa se sa sika we ewohi ena yakwan ya basa ena ye schools aye basa ena mpuntu nkoso enti masam kakra midi jamu ne se yadi brew na wachiro ahochire no omo na de baaye na sa wohwe na untimi ndi wo so mesrew Chidi na tuti amo. Chidi na tuti amo. Enti okendi nina nyankopon di abreno. Misremo mu amabebo na chidom wo ha nyina. Obia etumana. Alanjon kwojo trematin ni amakuma sopeno. Obaba ye president. To asie ho baby ampuntu ho. To asie ho baby anidaso ho. To asie ho baby anije ho. To asie ho baby ankoso ho. Na me kachira o se alande osia oyo.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Yeah, you will listen to me. This is a legal argument. I'm a Kofi Boa. This is a legal argument. You have to listen. This is a legal argument. You must listen. Mr. Speaker, I have invoked the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to aid us. And this is in accordance with your own ruling, that these are matters that we need the courts to come in. Mr. Speaker, this process has been duly filed. I have the writ with me. Not only the writ, it's not a naked writ, it's not a lame writ, Mr. Speaker. I also have accompanying the writ a motion on notice for interlocutory injunction, which is also attached to it. The process, Mr. Speaker, has been duly served on Parliament, as I'm made to believe. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that this is not a matter that anybody can just get up and say that by virtue of a member filing a process to say that I am going to contest in a future election as an independent candidate, automatically I have lost a seat. Mr. Speaker, let me take members back to memory lane. In the 1960, the First Republic, where, Mr. Speaker, there was cross-carpeting in Parliament, 69 Constitution and 79 Constitution safeguarded the process where political parties were to be protected. And 1992 Constitution also adopted that provision. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important for members to understand that practically you cannot say that once a member belongs to a caucus and has not resigned his membership of the caucus, the mere fact that he has filed to participate in future elections and a different ticket, he is caught by a certain provision of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I hold my view. I've heard other views contrary to this. That is the more reason why we require patience for this matter to be properly determined by the courts. We require patience for this matter to be properly determined. Somebody cannot say that, oh, there is a certain precedence. So relying on that precedence under Order 93, Mr. Speaker should just make a declaration. Mr. Speaker, this application, so-called, is leading you into a certain valley of confusion. It's a trap being set for Mr. Speaker for his long years in legal practice. Yes, because you simply want Mr. Speaker to make a declaration which will have far-reaching consequences. In any event, a man must be heard. The rule, all the ultram partem rule, the rule is clear. A man cannot be brought to judgment unless he's been heard. If you claim, then it was bad law. If that is what you want to say, that's what you want to say. It was, would you keep quiet for me to argue? Mr. Speaker, I need to be protected from this stubborn minority chief whip. Kwame Agboja has been a very stubborn minority chief whip. Yes. A man must be heard. It doesn't matter. You've been there before. Mr. Speaker, a man must be heard. The individuals whose matter is being raised are not in this chamber. They are not here. And your party member, your party has no petition. Have you, as General Secretary, written any petition that you've sacked him? And then he's not here. Even if there's a letter from the General Secretary that Honorable Aka has been sacked from NDC, he has to be heard. He has to be heard. A man must be heard. The rule is that if all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must still be proven. You cannot just get up and say, Mr. Speaker, should make a declaration, declare somebody's seat vacant. Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor. I've put out the preliminary issues. I have also faithfully explained to you the processes before the Supreme Court of Ghana on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I have also submitted that there is a petition before you. And Mr. Speaker, the Harun Idrisu petition, if you look at it, it means that you are supposed to refer the petition to Petitions Committee. What they are doing, they just want a short circuit. And that is what Honorable Atuna is trying to do. Dr. Forson, this is law. This is not economics and taxation. You should know this. The lawyer has filed a petition, and you are using backdoor to create confusion. You want to mislead Mr. Speaker. That's what you want to do. That is what we want to do, Dr. Forson. That is what you want to do. The lawyer in Harun Idrisu has invoked the proper procedure. You just got up, you want to short circuit by saying Order 93.1. Who told you it is Order 93.1 that you have to use? He has used the proper procedure. Wait for Mr. Speaker to admit. And then upon admission, we proceed on the rule. Even so, the petition will be caught by the court process. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be. Mr. Speaker, they want to mislead you to truncate our democracy. Mr. Speaker, you've been part of this democracy since 1992. Mr. Speaker, through your experience, you got elected as Speaker of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is a moment for you to make history, to defend this democracy. Mr. Speaker, not to subject yourself to the whims and caprices of desperate minority leader. A desperate minority leader who does not want to follow procedure and law. Mr. Speaker, don't be tempted, Mr. Speaker. Don't be tempted. The law he relies on sits on stilts. I repeat, there's a proper petition. Let's wait for its admissibility. Because that has been done by a lawyer who knows the rules. Harun Idrisu is a respected lawyer. And we know that. Yes. This is a lawyer's rule. You know that. This is done by a lawyer. If it's issues about tax and economics, I will yield to Atuna. On this occasion, it's law. It's law. So let's go by the Harun Idrisu petition. That is the right procedure. But even so, that petition will be caught by the court process. You cannot proceed. You should know this. And you want to mislead, Mr. Speaker. My duty as a leader of government business, my duty as a majority leader, my duty as a majority leader is to guide, Mr. Speaker. I remain so. It will not change today. It will not change tomorrow. I am guiding Mr. Speaker. I don't want you to lead him into temptation. Mr. Speaker, don't be led into temptation. I rest my case without more.
Yes, Honorable, is that Dominic Aine?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has waxed lyrical on the legal implications of the statement made by the minority leader, the Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, what the minority leader invited you to do was basically to adhere to precedent. Mr. Speaker, this House is governed by a number of legal instruments. The first is the Constitution of the Republic. The second is our standing orders. And of course, decisions of the Superior Court of Judicature. Mr. Speaker, the matter that has been raised is legitimately one of public interest. Why? Because there is a constitutional provision that deals with the issues that the minority leader has raised. And that particular provision deals with the balance of power in this House. In other words, the constitutional purpose of Article 97(1) is to deal with the balance of power in this House. And basically what it says is simple, that whenever a member who has come into this House on the ticket of a party decides to go independent, the Constitution says that that member shall vacate his seat in Parliament. The language is mandatory. And the reverse is also true, that when you come in as an independent and you then decide to join a political party, you shall vacate your seat. And the language, Mr. Speaker, once again, is mandatory. Now, the question is whether objectively the actions referred to by the minority leader have actually taken place. Is it true that these members elected into this House on the ticket of the two major political parties have suddenly decided that they are going independent? Now, the minority leader referred to 4 persons or 4 members of Parliament who have taken steps contrary to the Constitution. The majority leader in his delivery has not denied that that has happened. Objectively, within the public domain, Mr. Speaker, these persons have not denied that in the case of the second Deputy Speaker, that he has decided to join the New Patriotic Party, or let me say, rejoin the New Patriotic Party. Because he came into Parliament initially as a member of that party, when independent, was a subject matter of the ruling that the minority leader says you should, adhere to. Then, as an independent member, he decided to caucus with the minority. There is nothing constitutionally, with the majority, there's nothing constitutionally wrong with that. But then, he has decided to join the New Patriotic Party. And in the language of the Constitution, when he makes that decision, he shall vacate his seat. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not provide a procedure by which you make a determination as to whether or not, or how the person vacates the seat. Okay? Now, the majority leader was at pains to emphasize that there is no petition before this House, or that there is a petition by the former minority leader, but that is not the subject matter of the statement being made by the current minority leader. Mr. Speaker, the constitutional provision is triggered merely on the basis of objective available facts relating to the actions taken by the Member of Parliament. It is not as to whether another Member of Parliament or a member of the public or the political party to which that person belongs has petitioned this House. That's not what the Constitution says. In fact, it beholds on the member, if that member does not want to violate the Constitution, in which case they will be charged for high treason under Article 3 of the Constitution. It beholds on that member not to step foot in this House. That member must vacate the seat as enjoined by the Constitution immediately. So there's no need for a petition. The fact that the New Patriotic Party, in its own desperation, in respect of the honorable member for Femina, sent a petition to your predecessor, which was the basis of the eloquent ruling, which we are inviting you today to stand by. Mr. Speaker, you are not, by law, you are not bound by the ruling of your predecessor. But we are saying that what the Right Honorable Aaron Michael Okwe, Professor of Political Science, that ruling, that erudite ruling that he delivered, we are saying that, Mr. Speaker, you should stay by this ruling. Mr. Speaker, the only difference in terms of the presidential value, Mr. Speaker, I need to be protected from the heckling by the majority leader. This is not fair. When he was speaking, he was waxing lyrical about the fact that this is law. I'm not teaching him law. He should listen to me.
Quiet.
He should listen to me. Mr. Speaker.
Sit down, respect. Sit down and listen to the professor.
Mr. Speaker.
What is that?
So, Mr. Speaker. No, I respect leadership.
No. Sit down. Okay, no. Keep quiet and listen.
Sit down. Speaker, we will not be interrupted.
Sit down.
We will not be interrupted.
Sit down. You called me name.
What's that?
No.
Honorable members, please resume your seats. Resume your seats. Resume your seats. Please. Both members, please resume your seats. Honorable members, the minority leader made a statement under Order 93 on a matter of urgent public importance. That was what the minority leader did. He made a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. By our rule, any member is by the rule permitted to comment on that statement. That is exactly what we are engaged in. And so after him, the majority leader had the opportunity to comment on it. As to what constitutes comment is a different issue. But that's what our rules say, a member is to comment. And so now another member, Honorable Dominic Ayine, is also making comments on the statement. I think it's important we allow him also to do so, and I'll give any other member who wants to add his voice to it by way of comment before, if I'm disposed to, making a ruling. If there's a need to make a ruling, I'll do so. If I think that the issues raised are so weighty that there's a need for me to take some more time to delve into it, I will do so. So please, let's have some order. The Honorable Dominic Ayine should be given the opportunity to continue with his comment and to complete so. Mindful of the time limits, I'll ask members, I don't know how many of you want to make comments on it.
All of us.
But please,
I'll see my time.
I'll give you sufficient time to do so. Yes, Honorable Dominic Ayine.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the protection. Mr. Speaker, I was on the point that there is no need for a petition before the action contemplated under 97 and Article 97(1)(g) can be taken. And I said that because the New Patriotic Party in its desperation brought a petition before the Right Honorable Mike Okoye, does not necessarily mean that it is that procedure that will necessarily trigger any action under Article 97(g). Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has also indicated, and I was really ached by what he said, that he has filed an action in the Supreme Court. And in respect of that action, he has also asked for an injunction enjoining Parliament from taking any action in respect of this matter. Mr. Speaker, Parliament hasn't yet taken a decision. In fact, in the context of Article 2 of the Constitution, it is an act or omission of a person which violates the Constitution, which triggers an action before the Supreme Court for either an interpretation or an enforcement of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader knows that to take an action in anticipation does not comply with the letter and spirit of the Constitution. In fact, the Supreme Court made it very clear in Tufo and Attorney General that it does not give advisory opinions. What the majority leader has done is basically asking the Supreme Court to give an advisory opinion on a matter that, in respect of which Parliament hasn't yet taken any action. And as a leader of the House, I think that what he's doing, or what he has done by taking that action, is basically weakening the power of Parliament. It was in the same Tufo and Attorney General that the court said that whatever happens in Parliament is a closed book. And the majority leader is behaving in a manner that then opens up Parliament to scrutiny, especially when we have not yet taken a decision. What he's simply doing is that he's asking the courts to basically gag Parliament. Mr. Speaker, do not allow yourself to be gagged. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House will not be gagged by what the actions that he has filed. We are going to speak out on this matter, and this House will perform its constitutional duty to take a decision with respect to the actions of the members involved. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Joe Gatti.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for permitting me to speak on this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, I will start with a procedural point and go on to speak about the substantive issue. Mr. Speaker, the respected minority leader chose to come under Order 93. And Mr. Speaker, I won't read it because we all know it. But Mr. Speaker, Order 93 clearly sets out what can be done if a member decides to come under that order. And Mr. Speaker, Order 93(6), and I'll read that, says, where a member makes a statement, the Speaker, considering the comments of the statement, may direct a committee to investigate and inquire into the matter. And the last part says, and when necessary, propose legislation. But this is not about legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, a statement is made. First of all, the statement has to be admitted. But because of the urgency of this matter, I don't think I'll even belabor that point. Order 93(8) says that the clerk shall make available to members copies of the admitted statements. But because of the urgency of this matter and the seriousness of the matter, I will not also belabor that point. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at Order 3, Order 3 says that, sorry, Order 5, 2. They say in any case not provided by these orders, the Speaker shall decide on the procedural question. Mr. Speaker, as far as Order 93 is concerned, it is clear what will happen to a statement made under Order 93. And we have been in this House for a long time. When you decide to make a statement, after people will comment, that's what we are doing. When we finish commenting, if the Speaker thinks that the comments are such as to raise a serious issue, you refer the matter to a committee. The committee will go investigate the matter and bring its report. Mr. Speaker, the question of how to enter into Parliament in a particular matter lies entirely in the bosom of the person who intends to bring the matter to Parliament. And Parliament is a house of procedure. And so therefore, You cannot decide that you can bring any matter anyhow to Parliament, no matter how serious, and expect Parliament to take a decision on it. For example, in matters of statement, Parliament does not vote on it. It's clear. In matters of statement, rulings are not made on it. What happens is that the matter, if it is serious enough, is referred to a committee. Mr. Speaker, I will not, for me, my good friend Honorable Abuja, me and him, we know each other very well. When I used to be, with my previous deployment as Railway Minister, he was the ranking for my ministry. He used to heckle me a lot. So I'm used to his heckling. Yes. No, I'm just joking with you. Mr. Speaker, so as far as Order 93 is concerned, the 93. Mr. Speaker, as far as Order 93 is concerned, or the 93.1 is concerned, it says what can be done. Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, to come to the substance of the matter, the procedure is even as important as the substance, if not more important. Because like a court of law, Mr. Speaker, we have to come properly. If you don't come properly, you're out. And Mr. Speaker, I need not remind you respectfully that when I started practicing, you were some of the brightest stars as far as our practice was concerned. And I know that you are a man of procedure. And procedure was one of your strong points. And I know you are still a man of procedure. People have urged you to rely on the decision of your predecessor, Speaker Justice Michael Quay. The interesting thing about the standing orders, which has always intrigued me, is that even the Speaker himself, unlike the courts, when the Supreme Court is departing from his decision, it must state why. In our part of the world where we work here in Parliament, a Speaker is not bound by the decisions of himself or even the previous Speaker. And in fact, the facts that were given in respect of that case are quite different than the facts that are given in respect of this case. Mr. Speaker, I come to Order 97. I come to Order 97. Mr. Speaker, I come now to Article 97 1G. It says that a member shall vacate his seat if he leaves the party of which he is a member at the time of his election to Parliament to join another party or seek to remain in Parliament as an independent candidate. We talk about the two members who came in as MPP members and today have filed to be independent candidates. They haven't left their party to join another party, so that doesn't apply. They haven't also sought to remain. This is the 8th Parliament. In the 8th Parliament, they haven't also sought, Mr. Speaker, you see, I mentioned the Chief Whip's name in anticipation of the fact that he will try and heckle me. And he started laughing and saying, where are his glasses? You know, it was a preemptive strike. And Mr. Speaker, I was right in my premonition. He's my friend with whom I'm well pleased with. Mr. Speaker, it says that if he seeks to remain in Parliament as an independent member, none of the two members of Parliament have said that they are seeking to remain in Parliament as independent members. They are still MPP members. They are still MPP members. And you suggest, Mr. Speaker, it is suggested to us that the minute you file under the MPP's constitution, it means you are no longer a member. That is wrong. As far as the previous matter was concerned, MPP itself petitioned that the member involved was no longer a member. We talk about H. 97(1)H. A member shall vacate his seat if he is elected a member of Parliament as an independent candidate and joins a political party. Honorable Esiama, second deputy speaker, has he told you that he's joined another political party? Because we were on this floor when Honorable Wayo Seni moved from one part of the house to another. The man was an NDC member of parliament. He got up and made a statement that I no longer want to be an NDC member of parliament. I am now joining MPP. He crossed across. I was in the chamber. He crossed and came to sit on this side and immediately left. There was no dispute. As my good friend, Honorable A.B. Fuseni will say, if a man dies in the marketplace, there's no need to do a funeral announcement. Honorable Wayo Seni had, as it were, died in the marketplace. He himself had said that he had moved from one side to another. So there was no dispute about it. In this case, why are we assuming that certain things have happened when they have not happened? In any event, Honorable Afenyomakin, the revered majority leader, made a very important point. He is my nephew with whom I'm well pleased. He said that political parties, he talked about the rule of natural justice, that no one must be condemned without beginning a hearing. He's not talking about only a hearing here. Even if the political party should take a decision that a member by his action, a member of a political party by his action has ceased to be a member of the party, that member has a right to be heard. That member has a right to be heard. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it says in Article 55(5) that the internal organization of a political party shall conform to democratic principles, and its actions and purposes shall not contravene or be inconsistent with its constitution or any other law. The New Patriotic Party has not announced to anybody that the two members of parliament are no longer members of its party. Neither has the New Patriotic Party told anybody that Honorable Esiama's situation has changed. Mr. Speaker, these are matters of deep interpretation. These are matters which lie strictly in the bosom of another forum. The forum has been told me by my friend Honorable Abuja. He has directed me where to go. He has pointed his hands that it lies in the bosom of the Supreme Court. The danger, Mr. Speaker, the danger, my colleagues and friends, is that if we are not careful, we will embark on a course of action that will seem to take the powers of one arm of government and exercise it in this forum. In fact, our standing orders keep on saying that if a matter is before court, we should keep it before court. Indeed, what Honorable Dominic Ayeni said about the Supreme Court saying that it does not give advisory opinions and so on and so forth, these are matters that will be argued there. With the greatest respect to Honorable Dominic Ayeni, I have a lot of respect for him. He teaches law, I also teach law. He's not only teaching law in the house. Yes, he teaches law, I also teach law. And I started teaching law before him in 1992. And I've taught law longer than him. So, with the greatest respect to Honorable Dominic Ayeni, my revered colleague, not just in Parliament, but also in the academic arena, these are matters that me and you know that are best suited to be answered by the Supreme Court. I am not saying for a second that Mr. Speaker is not competent to answer these questions in his own capacity. Mr. Speaker could have been the Chief Justice or could have been the Supreme Court. If he was in that forum, I am sure we'll all hear his views. In this forum, I tell Mr. Speaker that the distance seen one step enough for him. Order 93.6 states what he can do in this circular. It says, and I end by that quotation, where a member makes a statement, the Speaker, considering the comments of the statement, may direct a committee to investigate and inquire into the matter. The Speaker, respectfully, in these circumstances, cannot rule. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, is it Mama Yarga? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that we are dealing with very straightforward matters. I say very straightforward matters because Order 18 of our rules state clearly that the Speaker shall inform the House of the occurrence of a vacancy of the seat of a member under Clause 1B to E, G, and H of Article 97 of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, strictly speaking, it is your province to declare the vacancy of a seat. It is your province. And you could act whether you are informed as such by a political party or because the matter has come to your attention as a matter of fact. It is your province. So, Mr. Speaker, what has just happened today is an attempt by a member of this House to bring to your notice certain factual matters, which matters establish that some members who came to this House on the ticket of political parties have gone to file as independent candidates to contest the next elections. And another member who came to this House as an independent member of parliament has gone to join a political party because unless he joins the political party, he cannot contest on the ticket of that political party. So he's going to join a political party and has filed on the ticket of that political party. This is also a matter of fact. Mr. Speaker, all those who have spoken so far have not disputed these facts. They have not disputed these facts. And in fact, the Electoral Commission, I believe, has issued notice of polls. And these facts have become public. So, the issue is the minority leader, who I believe by this time should properly be addressed as the majority leader, is seeking to bring to your attention these facts as matters of urgent public importance. The question is it a matter of urgent public importance? Mr. Speaker, go to the interpretation provisions of our standing orders. And it says that minority caucus means the members of the party or parties that have the second largest number of seats in the House. It also says that majority caucus means the members of the party or parties that have the largest number of seats in the House. Why am I referring to these two provisions? Because if you do exercise your powers under Order 18, and
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
On today's edition of Campaign Trail on GhanaWeb TV, we've traveled all the way from Accra to the Ashanti region. We are here at the Asokwa constituency, where we will be touring some towns and electoral areas, including Chirapatre, Kuwait, Aprabo, Oti, Dompoase, Atonsu, among other areas, to find out from constituents what their major challenges are and what they also want government or the member of parliament for this constituency, Patricia Piaget, to look at. Join me, Ernestina Sewa Santi, as we find answers to these and many more. Now I am in the Kuwait, Aprabo and Oti electoral area, and I have with me two people that are going to share their thoughts on the sitting member of parliament's performance. Madam Honorable Patricia Piaget, the performance the same waha.
Oh, the performance na the wayebi. Ba nyani nyina na yebeka so waye. If it's a ball no amode ababe tumi ate no. Ball no ma entontomo we yedodo. Omo bra mo chemical so mo fa ngutu mai chemical ni ehunu hwe. Eti ama ntontom na wi ana ewe ye nti ate ndie ye o ma we problem pa. Eti ane ne yesira ne tanko na omo baba beka na aduo no motimi dia begutu na ntontom no to aye dai abra so ama ye. Eti wotu pie kura bo na num kura de ko a wontimi ntena abontene. De to wuru adem. Enti ade ba ko ha ye no no. E na ade ba ko to tan ha ye biemu no to to mienu nse. Ye ntuo tem no e ho oden wa ha chen. So ko bi fie kana ko tan ntu a enam to wunni bie nti uyi so aban pipe nti wo na ko pe ntu a wo mpa ma
waye kwanya maye ye lightings waya me ade ha me aye bola no bola nde yesre wo mo pa wo mo ye de mo se wo mo betu afran still na eda so nti yesre ne se bola nde wo mo betu ase maye
answer na obeto aba ne den na wo hwe wo nipa na obegina nimu ansa wato ama no
oh me hwe na de a waye ne nkan kwa watuma ma ekuro no kra ye da atumpon visa first ye betna akwa ye betna 22 years ni na kwa we edu ana pakra ntimi mfa ha emfuturo ne na edoto emfuturo ne na edoto nti na me adom 2024 2023 to 2024 wa ye kwa na ma ye kra ye nwa ye dai atoye ye light system de any problem tell me nua ba na kan
sisi ase ye maame apieje wo wode ono an ye beto ama no na wakọ nanim o ni nyuma pa wa ye nti ene ye beto ama na me na kọ nanim
So still on campaign trail on GhanaWeb TV, we are currently at Dompoase in Kumasi under Asokwa constituency. What you can see behind me is the Dompoase bus terminal, which was constructed by the governing New Patriotic Party under the leadership of Honorable Patricia Piaget, who ensured that this project was constructed up to speed. We are currently here and we'll speak to some constituents on her performance and what other developmental projects they expect to see here in the Asokwa constituency. Come with me.
Media mama past ampino dia me kwa dia me hunu so sa. Adia me hunu so sa ne se station we no kura ye teye no ona ma station we ye nyina. Omo TB wo high school wo se mpanimfo dia sojafo be gu kwa wo se omo nyina amla ba maame no ma ye ti ase se omo mo gina won dia omo nyina ye na ne ni ba bi gina nti ye mra ha nti ye ba sa na ma obi a sa dutu ne ka ko high school nti na station we na nyina no nti na mpi ne dia me ankasa pa dia me hunu na mpi boa wo de boa ye wa.
So Patrick said December elections then a be influence your decision to vote for a candidate, either MP and as a presidential candidate.
Media ampi ne dia media mintim to aba mana dia.
Me adwuma no so aya me hu dwuma be na oye wa ha. Me hu dwuma be na oye wa ha.
We be ka say why bus terminal ama se ne amote mu wa ha se.
Wan kafra o. Why adwuma we kama efe. Na ka bia enye adwuma wa ha. Wu ne be fa wo nan si fom. Ebe jena so. Na wo fa wo nan si fom a ne be ye adwuma. Wasi a kama. Ye nyina en ka se enye wo. Eye beda gu. Se fi a jena ho. E du yesu a ne afre ne akolodu agogo. Ansa ne akwa prabon. Aha de jena ho kwa. Nipa ba kokura ni ho ba hwe. Taka wo ba hu ka. O ka ne nyina askata. Ne di wu na ye MP wa ha. Wu na be force wa ha be jena. Na za ntumi force aha jena de a. Me hu duma be na o ye wa ha.
Nyama be na wo be hwe na o de ato aba.
Me nipa me to aba ma no o mitim.
Oh, putiduma de. Why be but enough? The why yes ya what taking was kwa constituency no. Enya ho adwuma na wo so why no. Because the follow the colleagues on no more parliament. Bebre 8 years but who ko mo pesu aso a adwuma wo maye no is more than now wo matwa no because who ko 20 years.
More expected then.
We expect more because yes now I was spending more. I was more development than we know on pesu aso. Because I was spending more years our parliament. So don't me nya niam bebre ba on pesu aso. O sai kwa this way man say ye be ko fana ayibia na no ma head akọ ibe ye gates nya de no ma ye camouflage bi no o me so mu di biti di page no but say ni page no ni ye crazy kura ni gina man de wiaba manana ne.
Mo MP ye mama part.
Ai ye nipa ma Patricia Piaget.
Ene onim.
Ahofadua papa bi. Oba na anim tie, oba onim nyansa, oba owa kukuduro. Ai ye da no pa, wa ya de chapatere man mu ha, wa ma ye nya ekwan no fefefe. Na kane no na ye mfuturo nko a. Na makas no kwentimi mfa kuro nim. Enso na darment say ya na artifact. So what dey ase? Ah, it's my part. Yedase na emom de hia me pa kese ne se afiwe abato ye ayebeto ama no na emom no o ma ya sika na yeso dwadifo so yentimi emfa nhye ye dwadiem na yeso yasene munye duru de ye challenge pa kese ne se ye nua mo NDC fo o mo se afinke ento abanema wo mo na so emom ye da kra ye nto because ye nim de ma part wa ya amaye mimi mom de since adubu ahen time na mensa we ento ma NDC biom na emom no omo bade a ye de beje ye nyina sika na ye de a
me de me hu se wase tunsuo e wo chapatere state no
apart from that then why
me de ni asotef no ko a wo ye na tunsuo no ko na me hu but if you kon de me hu hwe biom de
na street light
oh street light ne de tana o tana mu na me hu bi na adesen de street light de bi ni musa.
Mama party de waya de na metiesi o continuation ho ensuo ta ka ma ho ene wagu ho ma ba bia e hu kota aya de ntimi de ono na meto ama no
Our current location is the Ahinsan Township, where we are here to solicit for the views of some residents here on the performance of the Member of Parliament for Asokwa constituency, Patricia Apiaje. We also want to hear from them whether or not she has embarked on several developmental projects and the way forward on how to improve the conditions of living here at Ahinsan.
Bema, the metron say about 20 abaton. Ye, say no mum by a mramaye, a no more day. I no more day pa. Ye, pay the abatua bar, and no more guamaye. Say ye did dry, bet me a corn one ramaye. They say yet to more didn't see a ton dear cra, and coso yan tardy. Tia say to a bama winner no more guamaya, and 1 year she.
Na ha say no challenges when I move face and then I'm percent MP mama.
Oh, you had it. Ye de ubia born homaden. Ye ukasa MP my mama enye ye say. We make us or my mamma we so baka say be mammy. Nti ni nyina ne say wa wo be born homaden. Say obey wa dia e be bo.
Ti nyama ben na we say MP aye wo ha say.
Oh, MP de oye ne ye hu say ka kwam ya na wo mfutu kwam wo ha. Me hu say afi wo ma ba ye kwan na amaye.
After touring some electoral area, we are currently at the Agogo North electoral area where we have the Kumasi South Hospital. We will take a look at some infrastructural development that has been embarked on in the health facility. But then we'll also speak to some people on the performance of the Member of Parliament here and also get to know some of their challenges.
Oh, my part. The performance I ewo agogo ha say ni de e say metima ka say ne penso betena so yi de ye kwan ne street ni de wa ya de ne mom agogo kwai mu a ye adwuma wo mu no wani amoye fa ba bi cause na station kese wa ha ana wa yi kodom pass side honomo e honomo so no anyina wa makoye ni amanyam ama maye tonton ade say station ni kure mu adwuma nyina ye basa ya aban hospital na a taxi for wa ha say because of ayalifo no na omahu omumobo ama be gina ha say tinke be se ni say su factory honum da ho enwura na afu ho honum yi tinke on keka ne nsa say ni ehu ni mpanyimfo anko mebie station kakra man na se no obi be didwa wa agogo agi so kodom pass aprabon nya kofo ka enye ena krona kasa so public toilet nim one assemblyman ti se afidikase omuti yanka atonsu agogo omuni public toilet ensuo eni ha akoye individual na bie ni nsuo na nkofo akototo nti kroni ekura yeso Tinadaroma on twena ni mehwe sa no mani nyina
as it means say election nyama wake omonye ya ombetiatia omana
oh ono ni party ne de yensa anka de a ebetia no but de aka ne de enfanto
the performance na e wo form nti ama ekrofo bebe so meto skirt and blouse nti onye ha say toilet ni ha ha say ankasa so baby ayegu ball ani ha na ono so ye to ban man kwa ye nsa hu no ko si se 4 years ne be so nti
dey na pese mu hu wo ha say
ye pese ye hu ni se onye mputu adwuma no o ne onye bi onye nwum o mia bi adwuma ma youth fo ne nya bi nye na wo kosusura se otimi kwa o hwe na aban no uko hospital say kakura do so bebele dodo insurance le nya hwe utwe sika saa nti wo de se nya me bwana so otimi kwa ye bompa so ntimi enhwe no onka ne nyina amaye ne ye bele wonyem kula wo bebele saa kwa ye sa ba ji sika nyina na wo mo insurance no mo nhye mu kina na ntimi nya adwuma yi na enhwe ya ye wa hye Ghana ma na ye enhwe ye yi na ye bele
oh waye bi de me de mani hu ni say atonsu school mu wono mo park no waye ɛna enyuma a ɛwɔ district ase wayɛ bi ɛnde ebetimi abɔ n'aba so wayɛ bi nipa deɛ ɔyɛ adeɛ a sa yeye pavement no yɛte so a dangerous pa yɛpɛ sɛ ma part ɔma yɛ baabi tena no yɛtɔn adeɛ pavement no ɛno ne me hawa ɛha me a meka akyerɛ no si yɛsrɛ na yɛpa na kyɛw yɛsrɛ na ni die ɔma yɛ baabi a ebetimi adi dwane atimi dia ahwɛ yɛma na ɔmu fefɛ ba no ɔmu kɔ school no ɛno ne me hawo.
Our guest is one of the women making strides in society. She was the first female mayor of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly and currently the Member of Parliament for Asokwa constituency and doubles as the Deputy Majority Leader in Parliament. Patricia Apiaje is our guest today on the show. Honorable, you're welcome.
Right, thank you.
How has your stay in Parliament been so far?
I'm just thinking about the question. Whether stay in Parliament means 12 years in Parliament.
Yes, 12 years.
Oh, just a yes. I think it's been one of a checkered one. Initially, when I came to Parliament, it was a time where we were in opposition. And I must tell you, it wasn't an interesting experience at all. In the first place, you're not too happy that your party won, and that you become so disinterested in what happens in Parliament, you know. It doesn't give you the opportunity to do your best. And I, as a learner, which I must say the first timer, it was something that I feel I could have done things better than I did in Parliament. But I started having the feel of a good parliamentary period when we came back to power in 2016. 2016. Since that time, I have become very much engrossed with whatever is done in Parliament. I've always ensured that I attend my parliamentary duties, try to be present at all times, try to be present at my committee meetings. I've not actually taken my responsibility as a joke at all.
Okay.
Initially, I was one at from 2016 to 2020, I was the Deputy Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation Minister, Deputy Minister of State. If I find myself in the ministry, I make sure I do what it takes and ensure that my programs don't really clash with my parliamentary attendance. So I was performing both duties very well. I've actually enjoyed Parliament. My second term has been purely parliamentary activities. And I must say, that's also a totally different experience, because it puts you at the forefront of either chairing a committee or ensuring that you attend your committee responsibilities to pass what is right. Especially when we want to promote private members' bill. It has also given me the opportunity of looking at some issues which have not been tackled by the various sectors. And one of it is the spousal law.
Okay.
The spousal bill has been in Parliament over a long period of time, but each time it's presented on the floor, there are always flaws to ensure that it's set aside for a period and it outlives its mandate or the term in which the parliamentary term ends. So In general, I must say that Parliament has been very interesting. I was not surprised at all why, by dint of faith and dint of what I should say, favor, the favor of God, I've also been given the position of a deputy majority leader.
All right, so sorry for the technical glitch, but then the conversation continues. So, Honorable, tell us, what were some of the challenges you faced and what has been some of the achievements so far?
The challenges I faced?
Yes.
My political life?
Yes, before you took over, what were some of the things they were facing?
I think initially, when I would say that my gender had always been brought to question by the men in politics. I quite remember somebody made an unsavory statement which attracted a number of women activists to condemn the statement that was made. You know, it used to be that women in politics were looked on like people who have a very bad lifestyle. And therefore, you find men making certain statements which were not acceptable. They feel by virtue of the fact that you are in politics or you are in a very favorable position, it means you have sold yourself sexually to a man to be in that position. And it's something that is so outrageous. Currently, I don't think that people place that much emphasis. They realize that they will be attacked. The men will be attacked if they make such statements or allude your position to be one of being given the opportunity because of a relationship you have with a man. And it's rather unfortunate that we should be thinking that way. And I think people are growing. And people are beginning to accept that what men can do, women can do, and can even do better. And therefore, there are certain statements that people cannot make on the women who put themselves out for political leadership. Yes.
Okay, so on the constituency level,
yes,
what has been some of the achievements too that you've chalked?
I think I will say that is by the grace of God that I'm in that position, but His grace and mercies are so abundant. But one thing I've been endowed with is my relationship with people. And then secondly, I see myself as a servant more than a master. Okay. Yes, that's one of the things. But in my political life, especially in Asukwa, one of the things that I feel very proud about is the fact that I was one of the people who crafted the manifesto for Nanado's term in office, when he was bidding for the presidential position. And having been in Kumasi for 4 years, and having served as a chief executive of Kumasi, which is popularly called the mayor in some other jurisdiction, I realized that much as I wanted to do a lot for the people of Kumasi, I had limitations. My limitation was about finances. I had 10 constituencies under me. And it's a very broad area. I wish that I had the money to transform the city into what my dream was telling me. And I believe that Kumasi was so big that I achieved some level of it because it was my idea that most of roundabouts, the garden city image returns to Kumasi. So I started putting plans in place to make sure that we rehabilitated very nice places. We have edifices that characterizes the city as Kumasi City. At a point where we had to host the 2008 soccer, I put Kumasi in a shape where everybody was, especially the visitors that came from various countries, could not believe that a city, an African city can be that clean. And things were orderly arranged. And having looked at that one, I realized that there's the need to make sure that some of the constituencies are turned into municipal assemblies. And rightly so, in the manifesto, we proposed that Kumasi is too big, and because of that, we cannot achieve certain level of development if we don't divide it, especially on constituency basis, into a municipality. By doing so, the municipality will have their budget, they will have their identity, and they can solicit for anything for the development of that municipality. And that is the luck that I wouldn't say, the idea that resonated well with the president, and ensure that when we came to power, he put it into execution as quickly as possible. And therefore, we became independent. Asokwa municipality was birthed. And by doing so, we have our own budget. By my experience at KMA, I know what to do to support and ensure which areas that should be developed. And one of the challenges that we were having was our road network. It was so bad that everybody was on the lookout for the development of the road network. Unfortunately, after Nanado's first term, we had not been able to execute the plan to redevelop our road network, which cost me a lot in the 2020 election, to the extent that our own organizer of our party became an independent candidate trying to fight against what I was doing. But to my surprise, I didn't understand why he was behaving that way, because I had always put across to my executive the plans that we have to redevelop our road network. So I was rather surprised that he could just fight and say that I'm not doing much to make sure our road network were improved. But I knew where I was with our development. So I personally went round and explained myself and told them, gave them update of where we have worked into, and that they should give me another chance to make sure that we were able to fix especially our major roads. And currently, I think I can pride myself to say that that has been done. And our square is looking much neater than you can imagine. But the issue is not just the trunk roads, but you're also looking at the community roads. But I believe strongly that once we have a municipality, we'll be able to prosecute the agenda of fixing our community roads, especially when the government has had even further had a dream to supply 7 different equipment for road construction within the various municipal, metropolitan and district assemblies. We are going to have ours, and we want to ensure that we will fix our road network to perfection. So that is my dream, to ensure that the next term in office, I improve the community roads.
Okay, so apart from the road network, what other developmental projects have you embarked on?
Yes, one is on health.
Okay.
We have a so-called hospital at, we call it Kumasi South Hospital.
Okay.
And, you know, it started as something like a chip compound. It was just, how do you call that? Some clinic.
Okay.
But it has a very vast land for development in the future. But unfortunately, it was encroached. So when it was turned into a hospital, we had very few facilities. Like, I remember when I was at KMA, I had the opportunity to access some facility from the World Bank, and we were able to construct the mother and baby unit at the hospital. And it is one of the reasons why that hospital, the Kumasi South Hospital, is overcrowded with a lot of pregnant women, even to the position that it gets so overcrowded that people sleep on the floor. So when I became the MP, it was something I could not bear. So I immediately put my common fund into use and ensure that each time I'm given my portion, I made sure I could construct 2 consulting rooms, 1 pharmaceutical room, store room, and some other space for them to be. Because when I came, the doctors were sitting among the patients, attending to them. It was only when I provided that facility that we were able to go in. And we have also been able, through the municipal assembly, to develop the emergency unit. We didn't have it. We didn't have the emergency unit, and people came in being rushed through. And it's interesting that in this southern part of Kumasi, it was, we were attending to people from Bosomtri, the neighboring constituencies. We're using that facility, even Oforikro, even though they had Tech Hospital. Some of them were coming that way. So it's been very difficult because that particular hospital, as we speak, that doesn't even have a mortuary.
Okay.
We don't have it. Our theaters are very few. It's not too good. So I was very elated that we were mentioned as one of the beneficiaries of the Agenda 111.
Okay.
But unfortunately, I couldn't secure a land of that 25 with the radius, the kilometer radius. Between 5 to 25 kilometer radius, that was required to put up that day. So it was taken out of us, and then all that we're trying to do is to enhance the hospital. I'm sure when you went around, you saw a story building that is being constructed.
Yes, project was ongoing.
Yes, it's a maternity block that I'm trying to put up, a 40-bed maternity block with 2 delivery rooms, some about 3 consulting rooms and all that, to bring it to speed. Unfortunately, it's been challenging because things have become very expensive and the project has stalled a bit. But we're still gradually positioning ourselves to look at that one. Through my intervention, the KMA also built, because of the waste treatment around Uti and Kuwait. I don't know, that's what we call it. Yes, there is a clinic, hospital that I'll call it chip compound status that has been built for them because we didn't want them to move when at night when they are, and the road was so bad that even to travel on that road to even Kumasi South was a betting. But currently, because the road is fixed, they can be there. But we have that clinic for them, and it's been very useful. I bought them some, how do they call them, the lab equipment to ensure that when they come, they will be able to give them some test to identify exactly what is wrong with it. It was through that we observed that because of their water table, the sipping through of the waste, the people within that enclave developed a particular sickness called H. pylori or something.
And is it H. pylori?
H rather.
Yes,
yes.
H. pylori.
Yes. They were having that kind of disease, and it's a very dangerous one. Yes, because the water table is not right. So as we speak now, we have fought for them to be, it's a new settlement, even though it's been there for a while. But we call it is a developing settlement. We've now been able to get the water and sewage company to connect the actual main pipe into that community. As we speak now, they are trying so hard to pay and be connected on that line. And it is all through my initiative that they've been able to do that. And then with regards to school infrastructure, we have also done well on it. Through my intervention, we have in Chapatre, Dompasi, we built school at Tonsu, which was also from GMPC and Ghana Gas and the Get Fund. I mean, I had to solicit for all the support from them because at Tonsu in particular, that is the only public school available. It's a very big compound, but have different phases of schools.
So like a cluster of schools?
Yes, that's what they call it. It's a cluster of schools. And it is also over there and about 7 other communities that I have managed to also set up computer labs for those basic schools. Okay. Yes, well finished, and I don't know whether you went to any of them.
Yes.
Did you go to Good Shepherd? Yes.
No, we went to, is it Dompase MA?
Yeah, Dompase.
Went to that Tonsu school.
Yes.
We went to one Anglican school. I've
Yes.
forgotten the exact location.
Yeah, well,
we went to Sherpa.
yes, we have about 7 or 8 of such communities. And it's through my own intervention that we were able to put up these things. Because it is a subject now which members must pass. And I needed to make sure that my schools are well equipped with those, because I don't want anybody to come with a stone to showcase what do you call it, the mouse. So they need to have a real feel of what the computer is and what it can do for them. So these are also one. And then with water too, I have also been able to get almost every community some mechanized boreholes to make sure that in times when supply of water is short, they will have an alternative to deal with. We've also come up with some public toilets, both for schools and also for the communities.
Agogo North, and then they were appealing that they needed toilet facilities.
Yes,
there. So
the market.
Yes.
It's just the market.
Okay, yeah.
But they have always appealed, but it is availability of land. I have actually mentioned that if they can convince their chiefs to make a land available, because I don't know where I'm going to construct that toilet or bath or urinary if I have to do it. Because it's all development has been very difficult because of land issues.
Honorable. We went to Dompoase bus terminal.
Yes.
And they were complaining that, yes, you built a very nice space for them. However, there is another bus terminal on the other side, and all the passengers tend to go to that side to board the vehicles, and they are rendered, for lack of better word, inactive. So they were also appealing to you that if you can ensure that these people also come and board their vehicles so that business will be brisk for them.
I really don't understand what their thoughts are. I really don't agree with them. Because, you see, the people that will board from there, I think they are only looking at one side of the story. That is people who hail from Bosomtwe area and Bekwai area that will have to board from there. Because this one is very close to the market. So now we are even forced to build shops around that area to make sure that but we were approached by a group from Roman Hill that they could easily come and occupy that space and bring. But I don't know why that proposal was never accepted. If you don't start anything small, you can't get it going. How do you expect people? I don't know whether you took notice of where that market is and where this particular
terminal is.
Yes. You want everything to be moved to that terminal, and you expect people to walk to that terminal.
Yeah, it's quite a distance.
Yes, and that was the reason why I didn't allow that.
Other issue that sprang up was job creation.
Yeah.
So what are your plans towards?
I cannot create a job. You know that we are all creating jobs out of the good government policies and programs. When we talk about Agenda 111, we are talking about 111 hospitals. Will that not create jobs?
Yeah, it will.
When we talk about 1D, 1F, if we are able to continue and then progress this agenda, would that not create jobs? Would that not stabilize our currency? These are some of the things that people should know. As we speak now, somebody will tell you, now, I need my job now. But the government has a number of interventions. The government obviously cannot give jobs to everybody who comes out of school. And it is the major reason why the government is coming up with a program where you will be apprised, you will be availed with an initiative to do something for yourself. And it falls within the industrial sector, small and medium scale industry. It also falls within the agricultural sector and all other sectors where the private initiatives are. And it is even one of the more reasons why we are promoting, what do you call it? The TVET, to make sure that people can do what they want to do for themselves. And all these initiatives are there. They are not looking at how they can assess, but they want ready jobs because they find it very difficult to start their own businesses. Which brings our mind to the fact that our educational system must be looked into again, because there should be an educational curricula that will ensure that when people come out of school, they can develop their own businesses and then prosecute it and earn something for a living. Okay. So these are some of the things. So I have been exposing them to the fact that if you want something, you have to make a move. Find out where you can get it, and we can assist. The government jobs are not available because, as we speak now, we are under the IMF program.
So why should the people of Asokwa vote for you again ahead of the December election polls?
I think it isn't even the issue of why they should. They know they have to. I think I've gained their confidence, and they believe that whatever, through my transparent dealing with them and my honesty with them, they believe that whatever I have informed them that I would do, I've been doing it. I've been honest enough for them to know exactly what we are prosecuting. So the people believe that I'm one person who can continue and develop the constituency for them.
Your final words to them?
My final words to them is that I always say that it is by the grace of God that I have been able to serve them for the 12 years. And God, at a point in time when everybody thought that there are some people crying that I should be changed, I've been too long on the seat, and that is where God proved to them that I have more job for my lady. So you should be given a second chance. I've been given another chance to contribute towards the development of Asokwa. All right. And I believe by the grace of God, I'm going to perform much better.
We are very thankful for having you on this show. So this has been Campaign Trail on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante, and our guest was the Member of Parliament for Asokwa constituency, Patricia Apiagyei.